Jeanette, I love you so much. Your kisses make me melt like ice cream in the sun.
Aww.
Papi Commando Second Blood is a new game for the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive, released right at the end of 2020. The game is a top-down run-and-gun and a sequel to the original Papi Commando, which, along with Sacred Line Genesis, was one of two Sega Genesis games published by Watermelon. Yes, that's the same Watermelon behind Pure Solar and... Paprium. I just can't get rid of that name now, can I? Anyway, I actually missed the original launch of Papi Commando, as well as Sacred Line Genesis. Let's just say I didn't have a lot of money back then. So as a result, I actually have never played the original. Because of that, I have no idea which new gameplay elements were added from the previous title. So do take that into consideration as I'm reviewing this. I should also point out that this copy was sent to me by Broke Studio for review purposes. Anyway, the game comes in a Mega Drive style box. And I gotta be honest, I actually really dig this cover. It bears mentioning that the characters of Papi and Mami are supposed to be parodies, so seeing them in this ultra-violent comic book style cover is actually pretty hilarious, and fits the tongue-in-cheek nature of the title. I mean, you are literally playing as a grandpa and grandma. Inside, we find the cartridge and the European horizontal style manual. The manual is quite nice, being printed in a high-quality paper and featuring a lot of in-game sprites and gameplay descriptions. The cartridge is also modeled after an original Mega Drive cart, except for, once again, the well-familiar notch on the side, which ensures compatibility across all Sega Genesis or Mega Drive models. The back of the cartridge is incredibly similar to the real thing. All that's missing is the Sega logo, which they cannot insert for legal reasons. One thing I did notice though is that the plastic feels different from the official ones. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's a little less smooth than the real thing. I don't mean this as a problem, just that it feels different. Overall, this is a pretty nice packaging. It doesn't come with any extras, but what it does well. Booting up the game, you are quickly introduced to the story. Basically, Papi and Mami love their Commostrat 64, which was stolen by the evil C++ organization. Ah yes, the true enemy of all computers, programmers. With your computer stolen, it's now up to you to get it back. You start in a Super Mario-like overworld, though these are much more linear as you can really only go forward or backward. Once you select a level, you're told what type of enemy you'll be fighting, given the objective for the stage, and off you go. Now, I previously stated that the game is a top-down shooter, which yes, technically it is. But it's also kind of odd. You see, in this game, you have a limited supply of bullets, and if you're not careful, you'll run out faster than you think. So this means that you'll actually spend most of the game taking down enemies with a knife and only resorting to using guns when you're either in a bind, low on health, or during a boss fight. The problem with this is that your knife literally has no reach. I mean, look at this. You have to be right on top of them, and the art style doesn't help either. Everyone has these large heads, but a hit will only connect if you aim at their body. So I would often end up using my melee attack too soon or not aiming it properly. I really wish the knife gave you more leeway, because going around almost every level taking out your foes like this is, not very fun. Now granted, when you take out enemies, they'll usually drop coins, which can be used to buy upgrades as well as ammo. You also get bonus bullets for dispatching several enemies in a short amount of time and for completing the level. So given all this, you'd think you'd never run out of ammo, right? Well, actually, no. Yes, there are lots of ways to gain ammo, but they only ever give you small amounts. Not all enemies will drop items, and when they do drop ammo, it can be anywhere between 5 and 25 bullets, and completing a level will only give you 20 bullets, which is not a whole lot, but I'd say it's on the verge of being doable. No, the issue starts with the bosses. Basically, you'll fight trucks, armored trucks, and even tanks, and these take a ton of hits. Not to mention, they keep spawning regular enemies which can quickly swarm you. So you have to juggle all these foes, the offensive armored vehicle, and the low ammo count. So yeah, it's not easy. And it doesn't help that your knife does not work against any vehicles. If you run out of bullets during one of these stages, you'll just have to farm enemies for more bullets. Throughout your gameplay, you'll also find a few power-ups flying around, though it seems only one appears per level, and it's always the exact same one for that level. You get armor-piercing ammo, which allows you to dispatch several foes with just one bullet. Freeze will momentarily freeze all regular foes, but is useless against vehicles. And you also get speed and double shot. Honestly, out of all of these, I'd say only speed and double shot are worth your trouble. Double shot is only useful for the bosses, as I would avoid using them against regular foes so as to not waste ammo. And speed because your character is really slow, so having a speed upgrade is super useful. Sometimes I would get a power-up or a message on the screen and I wouldn't even be able to read it, because it would disappear instantly. I'm not entirely sure, but I think this happens every time one of these airplanes flew by. Maybe they're both using the same layer? Not really sure. Once you complete a level, you can progress to the next stage on the world map, but occasionally you'll find a small detour which leads into a shop. Once there, you can either buy ammo, new weapons, or some sorely needed upgrades for the weapons you already have. But sadly, even this had some problems. For one thing, I feel as though every item is super expensive. It feels like the game is designed to force you to repeat levels so you can grind for more cash and then finally pick up a new weapon or upgrade. At least on some levels, you can usually find a place to camp and just take out enemies until you have enough money. Another issue is that you can only carry with you 4 items at a time, 2 of which are already occupied by your knife and starting gun. And as far as I can tell, there's no way to remove or sell your starting equipment. And yes, even the upgrades to your starting weapons will take up a slot. Now, some of these upgrades are rather nice. I like the one that increased the range of your starting gun, something which was super useful against bosses and armored vehicles. I also got an upgrade that supposedly increases the range of your knife. But, I mean, are you noticing any range increase? 'Cause I'm sure not. How much does this increase the range for anyway? 5%? That's not a knife, that's a spoon!
I see you've played Knifey Spoony before.
Oh, and to top it all off, if you die, you'll lose some of your score, some of the money you've collected so far, and all your upgrades. So yes, if that happens, you're going to have to grind all over again. Not to mention that as you progress through the zones, you become locked out of the previous areas, and different worlds will have different stores with different items. Look, I'm not trying to be harsh on this game. Really, I know this game was created by just one person, and the fact that we're getting a new Mega Drive game at all is really cool. But the issue is, I'm just not feeling this one. Now, as I've mentioned before, each level features a specific task or mission that needs to be accomplished. Sometimes you just have to survive for half a minute, or you might need to dispatch a certain number of enemies. Other times, you're required to salvage a part of your stolen Combo Strat 64, or take out a boss. It's all pretty standard, but it is kinda weird how you can finish most of the early levels in like 30 seconds or less. Graphically, the game is pretty simple. It has a cartoony art style that fits well with the tongue-in-cheek theme. And the enemy designs are pretty varied, from soldiers to security agents to a certain faction whose name the algorithm won't let me say. But with that said, from a technical standpoint, I'd argue Papi Commando is just average, maybe even below that. You'll see some smart use of color here and there, but nothing that would really impress you. So if you're the type to gush about stuff like parallax scrolling layers, or seeing the Sega Genesis being pushed to its limits, this isn't for you. It also does not help that there doesn't seem to be any visual variety here. The game boasts 100 levels, though personally, level 30 was as far as I could make it. And they all had this desert camp aesthetic, and it never really progressed from there. The soundtrack is also a bit of a hit or miss scenario. There aren't a whole lot of songs in this game, and there's also one or two that I'm just not that into. But I will say that I really enjoyed a couple of tracks, especially one that kind of sounds like funk done on the Sega Mega Drive sound chip. I also find it odd that the only way you can play as Mommy is with a second player. Why not just let me choose which character I want to play from the start? Also, for some reason, she does not have a knife attack. So once I ran out of bullets, that was that. I was stuck with no way to progress. Unless, of course, the other player saves you. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the game. There really isn't a whole lot to it. I get that the game was made by just one person, and not every modern Genesis title needs to be Paprium, Tanglewood, or Xenocrisis. But at the same time, the indie Mega Drive scene has evolved so much over the years, and there are so many promising projects around the corner, that this just kind of ends up falling a little by the wayside. Overall, I'm a bit sad to say that I did not enjoy Papi Commando Second Blood as much as I hoped for. From a technical standpoint, it's nothing particularly impressive, but the game's biggest problem is the gameplay. Forcing players to spend half the time using a knife with zero reach just so you don't get stuck on a boss is simply not fun. The game has a series of mechanics that seem to be punishing the player while offering very little reward for being so frugal. Even when you do get powerful guns or upgrades, you'll run out of ammo before you know it. Not to mention, having to grind for all your upgrades can also get a little grating, especially when you lose every weapon and enhancement after you die even once. Regardless of how I feel about it, if the game seems interesting to you, you can get it from brokestudio.fr, who have this game up for sale, as well as Arkagis Revolution, and even several NES indie titles. So there's definitely a reason to check out their website, and I'll be sure to leave a link in the description. But as for me, I wanted to enjoy this game, I really did, and I feel bad for being so harsh on a small passion project. But sadly, Papi Commando Second Blood is just not for me. Hey everyone, thank you for watching Stik's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and share this video. All that fun social media stuff. And you can also support me on Patreon. It may not seem like it, but even $1 is a really big help in keeping this channel going. I'd also like to thank my newest Patreon supporters, Big Nate H. Student and Christopher Phillips. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! Rise from your grave. Ultracore is a run-and-gun game released for the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive in 2019 and the PS4, Nintendo Switch, and PS Vita in 2020. The game was originally developed by Digital Illusions, better known today as DICE. Yes, that's the same dice behind Mirror's Edge and the Battlefield games. Apparently, Ultracore was previously known as Hardcore and was said to be 99% completed before being cancelled by its publisher Psygnosis, as they wanted to focus on the upcoming 32-bit generation instead. According to a few reports, the game was even demoed back in 2010, and DICE's co-founder, Fredrik
Liljegren,
thank you, has been trying to get this game released for at least a decade now. The issue with it being, Sony now owns all of Psygnosis' back catalog, and they did not seem very interested in releasing a cancelled Amiga and Sega Genesis game. Thankfully, the game was eventually released by Strictly Limited Games, a publisher which focuses on creating special editions for games which were only previously released digitally, which is how I got this game. Strictly Limited Games was kind enough to send me a copy, and I just had to review it. In fact, Strictly Limited Games actually includes some former staff from DICE, including Fredrik
Liljegren.
Thank you. Honestly, reading about this game's story is fascinating. The dude has been trying to get his game released for at least 10 years. I mean, that is a lot of dedication. I mean, can you imagine being this dude? Setting up meetings with Sony executives in 2010 and telling them you want to release a cancelled Sega Genesis game that they most likely didn't even know they owned. Now that is some serious labor of love. Now, with that said, there are some things about the official story that don't quite add up to me. For one thing, the game's planned 1994 release was cancelled because the publisher Psygnosis wanted to focus on the 32-bit generation instead. But if we look at their launch lineup, we can see that they also released Mickey Mania and Toy Story for the Sega Genesis in 1995 and 1996 respectively. Not to mention, they were quite active in 1994, launching 7 games for the Mega Drive in that year, including The Last Samurai 2 and The Misadventures of Link, which according to Sega Retro, launched in October and November of that year respectively. Now, to be clear, I'm not stating the developers are lying, as we can also see that there were 6 other Mega Drive games in development for that year that Psygnosis cancelled, including Shadow of the Beast 3 and Rescue. If anything, this makes me think that perhaps it was Psygnosis who were not entirely honest. Maybe they had simply overreached themselves and launched too many games that did not meet their sales expectations. I know I'm going off on a tangent here, but it is something I'm curious about. The game was said to be 99% completed, and now former DICE staff added the finishing touches using official Sega development kits, which again is pretty cool. Anyway, the game comes in a Mega Drive style box. I'm guessing they used the original art box they had planned for the game, because this definitely looks pretty vintage. And it's also a pretty decent cover. I mean, I'm not in love with it, but it's pretty good and does the job fine. On the back of the box though, I do feel it could have probably used a bit more text. It almost feels like they didn't know what they should put here. But that's a pretty minor complaint. Inside, we find an Ultracore postcard, which I quite like. It even has the main character's portrait on the stamp box, which is a pretty nice touch. We also get a European-style horizontal manual, printed on some really high-quality paper. It almost feels like photographic paper. The manual is a bit on the short side and somewhat sparse on information, but it's well made and pleasing to the eye. It's got a nice sense of aesthetic. The cartridge is also really nice. Putting it side by side with official cards, you'll be hard-pressed to tell any differences between this and official Sega cartridges. That is, with the exception of the well-familiar notch on the side. But that's something that's been featured in just about every modern Mega Drive game. Even the plastic feels just like the real thing, with the only major difference being the back, which does not display any logo or warning text. But really, that's all pretty minor stuff. For all intents and purposes, this is a really high quality cartridge, on the level with games like Tanglewood and Xenocrisis. The back of the cartridge does feature normal screws though, meaning I can actually open this card, which I know a lot of you often request. And I have no idea what I'm looking at here. So if you know what any of this is, do leave your thoughts on the comment section. Overall, this is a really nice packaging. I honestly have no major complaints here, and it does a really good job at emulating official Sega Mega Drive packaging, while modernizing some aesthetic components like the manual. Booting up the game, you're quickly brought to the main menu. There is no intro explaining the plot or characters, which makes sense. After all, most games from this era did not have any of that. But basically, you're a space soldier dude, and some guy is trying to take over the planet with a robot army, and you're there to stop him. Simple, but effective. You also gotta love the high score menu with the floating numbers. If there ever was a doubt this was a Euro-styled run and gun for the Amiga, this menu completely confirms all suspicions. Anyway, as mentioned, the game is a run and gun action platformer. Your objective is simply to reach the end of the level. But to do this, you're expected to dispatch enemies and platform through treacherous sections. But there's also quite a bit of keycard hunting, door finding, lever pulling, and just generally guessing where you need to go. But I'll get to that. The first thing you need to know is that there are two control schemes in this game. The first seems to be tailored towards keyboard and mouse controls or dual analog inputs, which actually works surprisingly better than I thought it would with the Mega Drive controller. Basically, you use the D-pad to move, and as long as you're holding down the fire button, the arrow keys will either let you aim where you want to, or slowly walk backwards while shooting. And the other control scheme is pretty much Contra. In general, I found both control schemes to work quite well, with the dual analog one giving you better aiming, which was generally more suited for bosses, while the Contra control scheme felt more tailored for platforming segments. I liked both control schemes, but every once in a while, my monkey brain would just default back to Contra, regardless of which control method I was using, so I just stuck with that one for the most part. Actually, there is one issue with the Contra control scheme. If you press A while shooting, you remain stationary, allowing you to change your aim without moving, something which Contra Hardcore also does. The issue is that you can only toggle between these settings if you're already shooting. If you're just standing, running, or jumping, pressing the A button does nothing. I know this seems minor, but in these sorts of games, you often need to take split-second decisions, and this extra step kept throwing me off. Anyway, Ultracore seems to have gotten a lot of its inspiration from the Turrican games, and it's incredibly addicting. In fact, if you told me this game was a Turrican spin-off, I would have believed you. You have a familiar control method, some of the weapons are similar, you can jump on enemies to damage them, but also to bounce off of them to reach higher platforms, and you even have the same style of oddly satisfying running animations. Yes, you know you're playing a Euro run and gun when even walking is satisfying. Now that is some buttery smooth animation. Although, I'm not really sure what's going on here. But then again, I do hear that it's a pelvic thrust that drives you insane. In fact, speaking of the graphics, they're a bit on the odd side. The outside segments look absolutely amazing, with some great use of parallax scrolling and interesting backgrounds. I especially like the level in this jungle moon with some nice subdued use of colors, making the backgrounds and parallax scrolling just barely visible, but clearly there. Simply put, these outside sections look amazing. And yet, the game chooses to spend 70% of the time closed indoors. Yes, you'll spend almost the entire game in either military bases or factories. And don't get me wrong, these areas don't look bad, but they're not as impressive. often having no parallax scrolling other than the two standard Sega Genesis background layers, and sometimes not even that. And while I quite like the blue, green, and grey tones the game generally goes for indoors, I'm not a big fan of when it decides to go all in on dithering shades of brown. It also doesn't help that the first few levels look exactly the same. It's not until we reach that jungle moon I told you about and its follow-up stage where we get some much needed visual variety. Anyway, like I said before, this is not a linear game. Most levels will have several branching paths that you'll have to explore to find keycards or doors for said keycards. Despite that, I never got lost in Ultracore. Yes, the levels are somewhat open, but not big enough that you'll start wandering around with no clue of where to go. Mostly because, once you enter a door that is used to progress through the level, you become locked out of the path where you came from. Meaning that each level is split into various smaller subsections. Now, while I think this is a good idea, as again, it prevents you from getting lost, it also has the side effect of you never knowing if the door you're going into is used to progress through the level or if it simply takes you to an area where you can pick up health, ammo, coins, or upgrades. As sometimes you have to choose between two or more doors, and you enter one hoping to find some power-ups, to then discover you picked the wrong door and are now forced to progress through the level while being locked out of the previous area. I feel like this issue could have been easily solved if there was something differentiating between door types, like maybe an outline of a different color or something to that effect. But despite that, I can't complain too much, as traversing through these levels is incredibly fun. Shooting hordes of robot enemies is just so satisfying, and the platforming feels right. This specific mix of platforming, shooting, and light exploration is very akin to what you'd find from European PC and Amiga developers. So, while yes, Ultracore is very much a product of its time, it's also really well made. But, with all of that said, there are a few flaws. The first issue I have is with some specific platforming segments. On level 2, you'll reach this area where you need to vertically climb a few platforms. And no joke, this might just be one of the hardest platforming sections of the game. Basically, when you land on a platform, it starts bouncing, so you need to jump on it and then jump again just as it reaches its peak bounce. The issue is, you're given absolutely no margin of error. You need to jump just as it reaches its peak, and then immediately commit to the other platform. Because of that, I've lost a ton of lives here. I've reached this spot with 5 or more lives, only to then lose them all here. But in fact, this is not the only place where the platforming gets insanely hard out of nowhere. You also have this factory stage where you're supposed to, again, climb upwards. But you're not given any forewarning of what the layout of the stage is. And even if you already know its layout, you need to be pixel perfect in your jumps and timing to make it out alive. It's like the developers realized that their game is a bit on the easy side and then decided to insert some really unfair platforming segments. Now thankfully, when you die, you start out immediately where you left off, and the game is also very generous with extra lives, ammo, and upgrades. You'll find plenty of these throughout your regular play, but you'll also find walls, floors, and ceilings that you can shoot down for more gear, as well as invisible walls that are revealed when you bump into them, and even secret areas that you can only reach by bouncing off of enemies. In fact, this game is absolutely riddled with secret rooms and areas, which heavily promotes and rewards player exploration, something which I really enjoyed. I mean, at one point I had over 20 lives stocked. But trust me, you'll need them. Because this game absolutely loves to kill you without any warning. Oh man, how was I supposed to know that? Oh come on, really? How was I supposed to know that was there? And you also have leaps of faith, where you don't know where the closest platform is, so you just have to assume it's there. As mentioned before, you also have several weapon pickups and their upgrades. Basically, you'll come across these boxes, which are used to unlock new weapons. The first two weapons I got, I kind of did not really see their point. All they did was shoot straight like my regular gun. Except now, they also consumed ammo. I mean, sure, yes. They caused more damage or had a higher refire rate. But they were also kind of useless if you ask me. You do, however, find a dual gun, and of course my favorite, the spread gun, which was by far the most useful weapon. I also found a rocket launcher, which at first I just didn't care for it, as it was another forward shooting gun. That is, until I discovered how it completely demolishes any boss it comes across, especially after being upgraded. Oh, right, I haven't talked about the upgrades yet. Basically, you'll also come across these items, and when you pick them up, it will either upgrade the weapon you're using, or if it's already fully upgraded, it will then upgrade your next weapon in your inventory. Each weapon can only be upgraded twice, and all these improvements do is increase the damage output. But man, if you go around looking for secret areas, by the second half of the game, you've basically turned into a weapon of mass destruction, and it feels so great. Now, all of your weapons are saved in your inventory once you pick them up, and you can toggle between them with a push of a button. The issue is, it can take quite a while to get to the weapon you want. I would sometimes get damaged because I was looking for the spread gun or the rocket launcher, but I had to cycle between the others to get there. It also does not help that every weapon, besides their starting one, uses ammo. And believe me, they'll burn through your ammo really fast. So I often just used my starting weapon and only changed it when the situation called for it, namely hard to reach angles or bosses. Speaking of which, the bosses are actually quite easy, especially if you have the control scheme that allows for better aiming. Heck, some of these bosses are absolute pushovers with this control scheme. But even if you use the Contra-style controls, they're all still fairly easy. Although it is weird how your character and regular enemies have so many frames of animation, but the bosses barely have any. I also wish the cutscenes were animated. Basically, as you progress through the levels, you'll occasionally find people to talk to or important items to pick up, which help fill in the plot or tell you where you need to go to progress. Cutscenes will also trigger when you clear some levels. But again, it's just an image with a text overlay, which is a shame because some of these images look stunning in that European Amiga style. Throughout the levels, you'll often run across terminals as well. These can be used to unlock doors or disarm traps provided you have the right keycard. You can also see a map of a small section of the level, or in some cases contact a store. Here, you can trade coins for ammo, screen clearing bombs, or health and lives. My advice is, go for the latter. You'll need every life you can get for those tricky platforming segments. I will say though, it's kind of weird how this soldier you meet seems to be anime inspired, but the store owner looks more like a character from a western indie comic book. Different artists maybe? And finally, you have the music. And my god, the developers really knew how to maximize the Mega Drive sound hardware. I'm not even sure what to call this soundtrack. Techno? Synthwave maybe? Whatever it is, it sounds great and definitely has that European Amiga feel. Overall, Ultracore is an awesome game. It's a distinctively 90s Euro run-and-gun that is a great reminder of just how good this genre can be when properly handled. The graphics range from pleasing to greatly aesthetic, the music is amazing, the platforming is solid, but most of all, the shooting is just so satisfying. Sadly, the game is currently sold out at the strictly limited game store, but you can still get it from the PSN and Nintendo Switch online stores, as well as eBay. But if you go for the latter, Do be aware that the PAL Mega Drive version will only run on PAL systems, while the US versions will only work on Sega Genesis models. But regardless of which version you get, Ultracore is an absolutely amazing title. Don't get me wrong, the game is clearly a product of its time. But man, what a product! And while we lost out for not having this game available back in 1994, I can safely say it was worth the wait. Hey everyone, thank you for watching Stalker's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and share this video. All that fun social media stuff. And you can also support me on Patreon. It may not seem like it, but even $1 is a really big help in keeping this channel going. I'd also like to thank my newest Patreon supporters, Asatir, Mike Morfett, and Tiago Pereira dos Santos Silva. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! Well, it finally happened. Paprium is out, and I have my limited edition copy right here. I don't think there's any point in doing an introduction to this game. If you follow me, chances are you've seen my documentary series or have at least heard of the Paprium debacle. A game 8 years in the making, with pre-orders having begun through the Watermelon's Magical Factory's Gem system. It was said to be the ultimate beat-em-up experience on the Mega Drive, with arcade-quality graphics, amazing gameplay, and a custom chip that would add more audio channels and help uncompress graphics. The modern Mega Drive game to end all modern Mega Drive games. So, does Paprium live up to the hype? Yeah, it kind of does. The game comes in a plastic outer shell, similar to what you'd see in game stores back in the day. I like how they went to the trouble of embossing the Watermelon logo on the actual box, which is a nice touch. In my case, I had the limited edition pre-ordered, which, I'm just gonna say it, I don't recommend it. But I'll get to that in a bit. Before we even get to the game, every copy seems to have shipped with a Pure Solar postcard, which is rather nice. As well as a letter, I guess, from Fonzie, Watermelon's co-founder and sole remaining employee. The letter covers everything from how to play the game, to addendums to information in the manual, and even his thoughts on the whole project. Complete with stilted English, as well as spacing, grammatical and spelling mistakes. Honestly, reading this is kind of hilarious. You could make a drinking game out of this. Just take a sip of orange Sumol every time the dude hypes his game or throws shade at someone. You are a few minutes away to enjoy the best of the 90s experience. Okay, that's one. This is a one-in-a-lifetime experience. And two. Make sure you use an original Mega Drive or Sega Genesis system. This game pushes the hardware and will underperform on clones and other freshly molded turds. And three. No, wait, actually, let's talk about that. As it turns out, this game will not work on modern Mega Drive systems like the Mega SG. Now, I don't own one, but this elitist attitude infuriates me. I'd like to remind everyone that the Mega Drive came out in 1988, and sooner or later, old technology will invariably break. Not to mention, the game will also have compatibility issues with some official Sega Mega Drive models, none of which were ever mentioned in the pre-order pages. But yeah, even if you do own an original system, there's no guarantee the game will actually work. In fact, I was being pretty chill about Fonzie's aggrandizing, but that line bothered me quite a bit. Imagine paying for a game in 2013, being given no information about it after the pre-order, and then discovering it's not even compatible with your hardware. But that pales in comparison to this next line. A big thanks to everyone who has worked on Paprium without giving up or Judas flipping. Are you starting to see my issue here? Apparently, wanting to get paid is now considered Judas flipping. The document then ends with, on the good side, I got proof that pressure does not cause cancer. But, and that's but with 2 T's, I should also test for AIDS, because this hurts. Classy. Anyway, opening the shell, we get the limited edition in a cardboard box. And I kinda don't like how flimsy it feels. I feel like if I store this thing on a shelf with the rest of my Mega Drive games, it would eventually get crushed or gain creases. In fact, my copy already gained a crease on this little folding thing. So that should give you an idea of how fragile this is. I will say though, the cover is amazing. It's striking, it grabs your attention and has some nice embossments on the front and back. Simply put, this box is beautiful. I will say though, I'm pretty sure Watermelon is not legally allowed to insert the Mega Drive logo on their cover. So, yeah. Opening the box, we see a holder for the cartridge. Inside, we have a pill case with the cartridge, which means we've hit another snag. The only way to get your game out is to cut or rip this thing open, ruining it forever. Meaning that after you remove your cartridge, you're left with this. Boy, isn't that a sight. Let me just remind you that this edition currently costs $340 plus shipping. Sure, it's not what I paid for it back in 2017, but really, come on now. Oh, but wait, it gets better. When I got my game, my cartridge was rattling inside. I even made a 12-second video on Christmas Day about it. Hear that? That's a lot of rattling. As it turns out, the heatsink had popped out, forcing me to open and fix the cartridge. Really feeling those $340 right now. Oh, but wait, it gets even better. You can't just use any old regular screwdriver on this. You need a Torx bit, which a lot of people, including myself, do not have. So I had to drive out of Lisbon and go see a friend who has one. During a pandemic, I might add. The funniest part is that according to Sega 16, it turns out the shielding does not even serve any practical purpose. It's just there to look cool. And if that's not the best example of an insight into Fonzie's mind, then I don't know what is. The cartridge also has this input here, which some people seem to assume that will allow you to update the game. So hopefully, those who own a Mega SG or official Mega Drive models that do not work with this game will be able to play it one day. Also interesting is that my PCB stated that it was a revision from August 2018, which would imply that both it and my packaging are 2.5 years old, which would explain why that letter from Fonzie had an addendum to the manual. Opening this thing is over-engineered to say the least, but it is cool. Inside, we find the manual, a double-sided poster with the game's cover on one end and the map of the city on the other, another postcard. You also get some stickers, a really awesome fake ad for a 32X game. I kinda wish this game were real, because it looks super cool. Gotta love how it says, a game by Mataya Digital, when there is a real-life Japanese gaming company called Messiah, who Tullio and Fonzie went to acquire the rights to Vixen 357 and Langrisser 2. And you also get an advertisement for Paprium. Design-wise, all of these materials look incredible. If there's one thing Watermelon has always excelled at, is visual design. And all of these look amazing.
The packaging is as I envision. Gwenael is the one who was mostly responsible for all the packaging designs and the cart design and everything that is related to the look of the packaging. I think he did also a great job when he was doing that for with Tullio. on Pierre Solar. So in terms of packaging, it's mostly his responsibility. I overlooked it. I mean, he showed it to me, and he asked me about. We worked on the logo, and he showed me the packaging and what he was planning to do. So most of the packaging, that's all his work. It looks great, by the way. I think it's one of the. I'm very, very happy with the packaging.
Unfortunately, I kind of wish I hadn't gotten this edition. For one thing, I freaking hate the pillbox idea. I mean, yes, it sounds good in theory, but after opening it, it's just... what do I do with this? As I mentioned, I also don't like how flimsy this is. Now granted, I could just put this in its protective box, but then this happens. Yes, it does not even stand upright. So what am I supposed to do with this? I guess I just gotta put it somewhere on a shelf, leaning against something else for support. Honestly, if you're thinking of buying the game, just get the regular edition. Even just putting all this stuff back is a huge hassle. Come on, get in there. Oh, come on, just get in there. I don't want to tear this.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think obviously the clamshells are much better. Personally, I also think so. It's still a nice design. I mean, it's not too flimsy. It's not too strong. I guess you have to be careful with it because you could bend the corners and stuff like that. I have one right now in my hand and I'm looking at it. In terms of look and design, it's definitely something different. It's something well thought. It's a beautiful design, but yeah, I totally understand. I think the clamshell is obviously the better choice, but it's a limited edition, so I think it's something a little special. But I totally understand what you're saying. Definitely, yes.
That was one of the things that had been discussed since the early times. So I don't necessarily remember regarding the box, the part that the box is all unfolding style, and I don't think that had been discussed. And the case that houses the cartridge with the pill like medicine holding thingy that fits inside. I don't think I got to see any of that design initially, which looks very interesting. I would have preferred the box to be all closed on the sides, and I mean as it is when you don't look from the spine side. When you look from the other side, the box kind of feels like it's missing something. But in the end, Fonzie knows his packaging stuff. He probably did his research and studies and tests. He does a ton of tests and came up with that one as the best option. In all honesty, it's still vastly superior packaging than almost every game that you see out there, except for games that have limited editions.
Booting up the game, you're introduced to this. It even has the word scam and vaporware on the title screen. Not gonna lie, that's actually pretty funny. Credit where credit is due. This is a funny joke. It does a good job at looking and sounding like an Atari game, but obviously with better colors and more effects. The minigame itself is pretty basic. Enemies keep coming at you, and you can only use a basic combo to beat them. There's also some health items you can pick up, but I did eventually find that the best way to beat them is to just outrun them, as the game will delete your enemies if you run far enough. But still, this is a nice joke, and even as a minigame, it's impressive to see how many sprites appear on screen. Once you reset the console, that's when the true game actually begins. And that's a shame too, because if there's an option to unlock this minigame, I have not come across it yet. I should also point out that I'm running this on a PAL Mega Drive Model 1 with a Mega CD2 combo. I was actually afraid that this game might not work, mostly because A. This game is incompatible with some Model 1 Mega Drives, and B. My Mega Drive has been modded, but thankfully, it works fine. Once you actually boot the game, you're given a ton of logos and an intro to the game's setting, though it's basically the same info you've already seen in the trailer, meaning that the game takes place in a post-apocalyptic cyberpunk future, and that you're in a city in an equidistant point between Pyongyang, Tokyo, and Shanghai. Anyway, the game impresses as soon as you hit the options menu. Paprium comes with an add-on chip on the cartridge, which many are assuming is an FPGA. Supposedly, it adds new audio channels and helps with uncompressing graphics. I can't vouch for the graphics part, but I will say the options menu song sounds amazing for the system. Listen to how clear the voice samples sound.
How low can you go?
I made the music composition tool in which all the game's music is composed in by Shred and Groomaster 303, and also did some processing work on the sound effects to make them fit in available space without harming the sound quality too much. The music I have heard from videos sounds pretty much the same as what the music tool outputs, and all of the specifications that were set originally seem to be met also. The person credited as Rutuba did good work with getting those things going, and I only have praise to give out to that person, and Steph, who seems to have been involved in some side also. Thank you for getting that awesome music a reality.
The music was something that, I wish I had been credited for, because I know Groove Master and Jared, Trevin and David, they composed the music, but we worked together on getting the music composed. Basically, I gave them the direction, what music, what mood, all of that stuff should be in each stage. And as they were composing, they were sending back to me, and I was giving them feedback. So pretty much, I did participate a lot in the process. So I know that music very, very personally. I have over 60 tracks that David sent me when they were building it. I don't know that all that music made into the game. I definitely heard some music in the game that was made after I left Watermelon. Regardless, I see that they did something that was very important. So they ditched the DSP and they got a STM microcontroller, which is way easier to program. You just program in C, and it's a 32-bit microcontroller. It works at very high speeds. I actually checked that specific microcontroller being used in Paprium can work up to 180 megahertz. I don't know what it is clocked to, because obviously it can work slower. It's a very capable microcontroller, very easy to program. It has 2 DAC outputs, so you can get the music coming out of the chip directly. So those are very great things. They obviously pulled off the driver, and that's another part of the work that I feel like I should have been credited as well, because I work with Tito to build the music tools. Basically, what the music tools do, they were built based on my specification. It was teamwork between David, me, and Tito as far as understanding what the artists need, discussing with Tito how to implement it, and then he gets to implement the feature, test it, and all that stuff. So I was highly involved into that. Basically, all the tools that were used to make the music were built by Tito, and he is properly credited, thankfully. And the credits page, actually my name is there in a special thanks, which surprised me that Fonzie would actually put my name in there, but so is Yuzo Koshiro's name in there, and he obviously didn't do anything for the game. Yeah, so we worked together on building those tools, and to my knowledge, after I left Watermelon, Tito did not work there for very long, and the tools haven't changed. Basically, the same tools that were built back one of the day that I was working on, they're still in there. So they were the ones that were made, that we used to make the game. So the music sounds right. The music sounds very close. I haven't heard like them in like real good captured by myself, but the music sounds right.
The game is split into 2 modes, Arcade and Original. Arcade is a regular beat-em-up experience. You pick from one of 3 characters and go through a set number of levels with a stage boss at the end. And all I gotta say is, this game is beautiful. The sheer size of each sprite is impressive in of itself, many of which tower over even those found in Streets of Rage 2. But the animation is also amazing. I mean, look at how many frames of animation their idle poses have. Look at the detail on all the characters. Heck, look at the detail on the backgrounds. The city of Paprium feels alive and lived in, with great colors, shadows, effects. I mean, check out this part where you're going up an escalator while an advertisement plays in the background. This game is truly a sight to behold, and the audio is just as impressive. You can definitely feel the increase in audio channels, as not only do the songs sound amazing, but your characters and enemies will often have voice samples, you have the announcer's voice, the music, televisions running in the backgrounds, loudspeakers making noise, and even the occasional saxophone player. And yes, all of these audio sources will play at the same time without sacrificing any audio channels, which was an issue in games like Streets of Rage 2 or Mortal Kombat 3, as they could only run one voice sample at a time. But here, the music is frankly amazing, and so varied, it truly is one of the best soundtracks on the system. In fact, as I played the game, the graphical and audio spectacle would often make me forget this was even a Mega Drive title. It looked more like what you'd expect from a good-looking 32X game. I won't go as far as to say it looks like a Sega Saturn or Neo Geo game, but when you combine the graphical look, audio, and the insane number of sprites on screen, this truly becomes a landmark achievement on the console. Okay, so the game is a spectacle in terms of production values, but what about the gameplay itself? Pretty amazing actually! Control-wise, the gameplay draws influence from several beat-em-ups, with the most obvious reference being, of course, Streets of Rage, namely the second and third games. And you're honestly given a ton of moves. You have, of course, your regular 3-hit combo, and a jump kick like you do in every beat-em-up. But you also have a running attack, a roll dodge like in Streets of Rage 3, a secondary attack often used to attack enemies on the floor, you can block attacks, and even have a back attack to quickly stun enemies behind you. You also have a myriad of grappling moves. All of the Streets of Rage grapples are here. The grapple and knee attack, the final grapple attack, the one where you throw enemies behind you, jumping behind them and attacking them or throwing them, it's all here. And you even have a few new ones that were not in Streets of Rage, like grabbing your enemies and pushing them, often used to push them onto holes. And you can also just lift them above your head and throw them onto groups of enemies. In fact, a lot of this game's fighting mechanics are centered around throwing your enemies as a means of crowd control. As I mentioned before, this game will have a massive amount of enemies on screen, more than any other 16-bit fighting game I've ever seen. And crowd control is a skill that you will have to master here. Knowing when to perform a 3-hit combo, when to hit and run, when to throw, it's all a requirement here. But I do like that the game gives you so many throwing maneuvers. In fact, I would argue that Paprium perfects the throwing mechanic started by Streets of Rage. It's all just so satisfying and perfectly complements the game's bouncy nature. In fact, I feel the best way to describe the gameplay here is like a faster, bouncier Streets of Rage with more enemies but dumber AI. Everything about this game is bouncy. The way the screen shakes, the way the enemies bounce on the floor, even your jumps are bouncy, as they gain different speeds depending on whether you're just jumping or jumping and kicking. And even when you decide to kick in the air, will slightly affect your jump bounce. More enemies because, again, just look at this sheer insanity. The screen is so often filled with enemies, and even when using a second player, I don't think I ever ran into any slowdown, which is impressive considering this game runs at 60 frames per second. Though I did notice the occasional sprite flicker, especially when using a second player. And dumber AI because the enemy AI is really dumb. Don't get me wrong, the game is still challenging, but you know how everyone is going to act almost a mile away, and you can easily come up with strategies for the massive enemy groups well before they come at you. And mind you, all of the game footage you see here is me playing this on very hard. But if I'm being honest, I'd argue Paprium's very hard is roughly the equivalent of the normal difficulty in Streets of Rage 2. In fact, the AI's biggest issue is that it doesn't know how to react to a simple jump kick. If you're ever in trouble, just do what I do. Keep jumping and kicking, and you basically win the game. In fact, I was playing this on very hard on the final route in original mode, and I beat the final level with just 1 life, using nothing but jumping and kicking. It works on enemies, it works on mid-bosses, it works on bosses, and it works on the final boss so long as you're not afraid to take a few blue pills now and again. So yeah, I feel this is something of an issue. Oh wait, I didn't mention the blue pills, did I? They're basically your special move. You pick up blue pills and each character can store up to 8 when you take them. You get a seizure-inducing screen, and then you can use a special attack which causes a ton of damage and makes it super difficult for enemies to hit you. Now, I should point out that I'm playing this on a Mega Drive with a Mega CD attached, which enables the Mega CD exclusive option of having an AI buddy with you. Basically, you need a Mega CD and a second controller. You press start on the second controller, select the character, and just put the controller down. The game will do the rest. And not gonna lie, the AI buddy is kind of amazing. Well, first off, you need to turn off friendly fire. Trust me, just do that. And I think it works better if you select Thug as your AI buddy, as he's the slowest and the bulkiest, but also causes the most damage and has the biggest health bar, which works well with the CPU buddy. It'll know when to fight enemies, when to back off, and when to help you. It'll perform combos, throwing maneuvers, and distract enemies. I eventually forgot that this was just a CPU buddy, and that I was not playing with someone online. It really is that good. I mean, don't get me wrong, you're not going to mistake it for an experienced player, but you could easily mistake it for a casual fan. And it's miles ahead of what you saw in Final Fight 2 and 3. If you make it clear that you are not interested in picking up a health item, the AI buddy will pick up on that, and they will get it so they heal themselves. In fact, I often found myself giving healing items to my AI buddy even when I was not at full health. Because I knew I could most likely handle what's coming, but I also knew it would be easier having a second player at my side. The fact that I actually took care to saving and preserving my buddy says a lot of how well this is implemented. I mean, it's not perfect, as sometimes it will pick up a health item when both of us are at full health, instead of leaving it there in case we need it later. And the AI just cannot handle jumping over gaps. Now granted, I can only think of one section where you're forced to jump over gaps on a regular basis, but this dude just could not handle that. When that happens, you either need to pick up the second controller and jump over them yourself, or if you're lazy like me, just grab the dude and throw him to the other side. If you have friendly fire turned off, he will not take any damage. I also really like how items on the ground don't just vanish if nobody picks them up. They'll stay there until the screen scrolls, you pick them up, your AI buddy picks them up, or your enemies pick them up. I also like how most weapons have a secondary mode. For the most part, the first mode is attacking with said weapon, and the secondary one is throwing it. But then some weapons really work differently depending on your modes. The fire hydrant, for example, can either freeze enemies, or you can use it as a blunt weapon depending which button you press. The issue with all these moves and attacks is that the game is basically built around the 6-button controller. Yes, you can technically play it with a 3-button controller, but the additional inputs required to block or perform a secondary attack makes this impractical. The game also features Golden Axe style mounts. You get to mount stuff like a cleaning bot, a roller skater dude, and I mean, look at this. I will give it this, Paprium does have a sense of humor. And then you have my favorite, the power armor. As I mentioned before, there's also an incredible amount of enemy variety. Yes, you'll often face the same initial thugs, but you'll fight everything, from thugs, mutants, cops, martial artists, giant mutant twin Gandhis, And the one enemy I think we can all agree that we wanted to strangle on at least some point in our lives: personal trainers. You even fight this police sergeant who I swear was modeled after Mario.
Every character design we worked together. All the designs are pretty much as we envisioned. We did a lot of iterations for different designs. Sometimes even Gwenael Fonzie would actually tweak a design or two to his tastes. Some of the later designs he actually tweaked them a little bit, and I was totally okay with that. Everything came out really well, I think. We wanted to make the craziest designs as possible, and he came up with really good ideas as well, I must admit. I also enjoyed coming up with the craziest designs, and hopefully it's to people's liking.
The enemy variety is just so incredible, and I gotta say that... Wait, is that... Lewis, explain!
Titty droids. Well, the titty droids first were supposed to be just a normal droid with legs. I think it's in the manual that came with the big manual there that came with the size X Paprium. Yeah, it is there, absolutely. And you could tell that the first design was with legs, and it actually had a girl face with hair. Eventually, they changed a little bit, and they went through a few iterations. The idea was to make a flying droid with bullets coming out of the chest part. But we wanted something different. We wanted droids, and I think I must say something though, Gwen, in terms of creative ideas, he's very good too. Besides all the controversy that he has with Watermelon in terms of communications and that being a person that is very approachable. Besides that, in terms of artistic ideas, he's quite interesting of a person. Yeah, it's a little crazy. He has a lot of crazy designs that he implemented in there as well, but I think it works. Yeah, I think it works.
Yeah, there's actually a surprising amount of sexual content for a 16-bit beat-em-up. You have the titty droid, this unlockable character, who seems to be wearing, I don't know, latex maybe? These statues, and... is that... No, it can't be. Lewis?
We're sorry, your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and try again.
Right. So, yeah, there's a lot to see here, but the game is not perfect. For one thing, I often have difficulty picking up items while riding mounts. Even if I'm not riding them, sometimes it seems that I simply cannot pick them up on my first, second, or even third try. There were also a few times where I'm attacking and it just seems like I go through my enemy, when I really should not have. There's also this thing where you can sometimes lock bosses into an infinite hit loop. The issue is that they do not take any damage when this happens, but you don't know that because their health will not go down until you've damaged them beyond a certain point. The scoring system is also unnecessarily obtuse. Instead of just telling you your score, it uses hex code. Do you know what my final score stage is? 'Cause I sure don't. It's just such an unnecessary extra step to the scoring system. And finally, I feel the three main characters are not properly balanced. Thug is super strong, but his slow speed makes him almost unplayable to me. But Alex is the worst. I always pick the fast characters in beat-em-ups, but her damage output is so low that it just makes all the bosses seem like damage sponges. Which they already are, but even more so with Alex. Now, this is where I would be done with the game, and if this were where the game actually ended, I would most likely give it an 8 out of 10, and put it around the same ballpark as Golden Axe-2 or Comic Zone. But we still have the original mode. This game was already impressive enough with the arcade mode, but my god, the original mode is what truly elevates Paprium. The game plays just like the arcade mode, but now you have alternate paths to choose from. Doing this will change the levels, bosses, and final bosses. And make no mistake, this city is massive. It felt alive in the arcade mode, but now it truly feels like a living, breathing, interconnected city. You can go to the slums, apartment complexes, Chinatown, underground, visit nightclubs, invade a police department, malls, gyms, laboratories, factories, prisons, and the higher crest of the city where all the influential people live.
You know, when I'm thinking about cyberpunk, for me it was I wanted to do something that felt very much 80s and 90s anime. Hopefully that is transmitted in the game a little bit. And as you know, anything that is cyberpunk in the movies from that era as well, it's a little bit crazy. You always have these crazy designs with people with chains, with goggles, with hats, with different hairstyles, with clothing that is a little bit weird, punkish a little bit. So that was the inspiration to make all these characters. And we wanted to make a world that felt very much cyberpunk, a little bit weird, a little bit dark, a little bit comedic, you know? So I think the game has a little bit of everything. Fonzie as well did a good job in terms of bringing a little bit of comedy, craziness into the game. The three main characters, to talk about the three main characters, it was very important that for me to make them feel, at least visually wise, different. I think they're well balanced in terms of visuals. The two extra characters was also a work collaboration between me and Fonzie. I think he went a little bit more eccentric, and it worked really well. There's an anime that I was very inspired to do all these characters. It's called City Audio. It helped me do a lot of these designs for the characters.
It's absolutely incredible, and it's a good thing the game comes with a map. And what's even more interesting is that after beating a path, you can save your progress. Beating these paths will allow you to unlock extra characters, or you can find secret doors and alternate paths which will unlock even more characters. And this is pretty much mandatory. You see, once you beat a path, you're given the option to throne the zone. Throning essentially means the character you chose becomes locked out and is now running the area you just conquered. So what happens is, if you decide to play this area again, instead of facing the final boss, you'll find your character which will give you missions. At first, I did not see the point in doing these missions, as you don't seem to gain anything from it. But as it turns out, these are required to unlock the good ending. My issue is that neither the game or the manual explain the throning concept or the fact that you need to unlock secret characters, so you're kind of left to your own devices and wander around aimlessly. In total, I found 3 areas to throne, which, considering you only start with 3 characters, it means it's a good idea to unlock as many secret characters as possible. As far as I know, there isn't a complete list of unlockable content yet, as people are still trying to figure out all the secrets. And trust me, there are a ton of secrets, as well as alternate paths and unlockables, all of which get saved to your file. I mean, even the first level will change. Sometimes you start in a prison, other times you start in your apartment, and sometimes you begin as a hostage. It just makes the game feel so alive.
When Luis got involved and the first character designs and came in, I was still in there. You know, it was still in the very beginning of the beginning stages. We were talking about it was before Fonzie and I started distancing. And not only that, you know, stages, elements, a lot of those things that we had discussion. You know, the blue pill that you use to give you the extra power up. It seems to be there, you know, so those things are pretty nice, and seeing that they made it to the game, so that was very, very nice to see. I mean, I feel like based on all the concept that we had designed before Fonzie, the game is pretty much there. You know, I haven't played the game, so I can't really test it, but there was some elements as if depending on where you die, you can go back to a different stage. Let's say you die in an upper level like a more like downtown type of level. And then let's say you die fighting the police, and then the police arrest you, they put you in the jail, and then you're not gonna get back to where you were. You're gonna be branched out to the slums or something where where the prison is, and then you have to start the game continuing from that point. You will only be able to experience all the stages if you met certain conditions such as that, like dying in a specific place, and when you continue from a different position that you were when you were playing. So I haven't played the game to know that those things are in place, but definitely the branching, right? We've seen some parts of the game that you got to make a decision if you go up or down, and that seems like something that we had planned since the beginning. The stages seems to be there, so yeah, it's nice. Pretty good to see everything, or most of it seems to have made it.
During this mode, your character can also get addicted to blue. Basically, the more you take, the higher the blue bar gets on your health bar, which can result in you becoming addicted. According to the manual, when this happens, you might lose some moves on your character, like maybe you can't jump or you can't block. But to be honest, I never ran into this, mostly because I only use blue for the occasional boss fights where I had more trouble. What's even cooler is that once you beat the path, it becomes available in arcade mode, so you've essentially unlocked expansion packs for that mode. Unfortunately, once you beat the final boss in original mode, you're essentially locked out of your save, which honestly, it's a terrible design decision. Oh, what's that? You missed something or an unlockable item? Well, too bad. You're now locked out and need to start from the beginning. Oh, what's that? You ran out of save slots? Well, you now have to delete a save slot. And if any unlockable content was exclusive to that save, it's gone forever and needs to be unlocked again. I also don't really like how the game forces you to replay the same paths over and over again, just so you can visit your character sitting on a throne and go on a new mission that takes like 2 minutes to beat. I feel the fact that you need to finish the game multiple times just for this is basically nothing more than padding. But despite that, I never spent so much time on a beat 'em up. The content you see and unlock in original, arcade mode, and the game itself is just so massive, but it never got stale to me. The combat is fast, fluid, and incredibly fun. I'm not going to lie and say Paprium is perfect. It's not. In many ways, some of these flaws do show the developer's inexperience in game development. Padding is padding no matter how you disguise it, and being purposely obtuse and cryptic in your game and manual is not a positive thing. But with that, we reach my conclusion, and I have a controversial opinion on this game. Paprium is the best 16-bit beat-em up I've ever played. What I'm trying to say is, Paprium is better than Streets of Rage. Any Streets of Rage game. Don't get me wrong, in some ways this game feels rougher and less polished than Streets of Rage 1, 2 or 3. But what Paprium lacks in polish compared to the series, it makes up for it in presentation, in audio, graphics, style, scope, in sheer content, unlockable characters, and in making you feel like you're part of a living, breathing city. And in the end, Paprium is greater than the sum of its parts, making it a better game than the Streets of Rage series. If Paprium had been launched back in the day, it would have been hailed as the best home beat-em up of its time, and seen as an all-time classic topping many best-of lists. So, with all this said, now comes the next major question. Should I buy this game? And I don't know. Some people made their pre-order as far back as 2013, and what we got is a developer who didn't pay all of its co-workers, who created a toxic work environment, who basically destroyed his company and reputation, who delivered a game with rattling cartridges that could potentially short-circuit themselves unless you open them with a specific tool and fix them yourself. I've had people telling me on Twitter that they also have a pre-order on their game and they still haven't received it, nor has their item status changed, to it being shipped. Which leads me to assume Fonzie may not have manufactured enough cartridges, while other people are still waiting for the refunds they requested 2 years ago. Add to that the insane prices that the game is selling for on the Paprium page, and a lot of questions will soon start popping up. When is my game being sent? Will it even be sent at all? Is the game compatible with my system? What about my modded system? What about my clone system or modern solution? And I don't know. I think ordering Paprium is a crapshoot. Maybe you'll get it, maybe you won't. Maybe it'll work, and maybe it won't. So I guess you have to ask yourself one question. Do you feel lucky enough to potentially lose over $100? Now add to that the fact that they announced a new game for the Mega Drive, one with no screenshots, videos, or any information about it, other than being a beat-em-up for the Mega Drive with a deadline of late 2021 or early 2022. Yeah, right. Honestly, I just don't know. It does not help that Watermelon's tactics only seem to favor scalpers, selling games at highly inflated prices, games that you have to break seals or rip them just to play them, and in this case, make the game pre-order only, stating that there will not be any future releases of this new mystery game. Oh, but don't worry, there will be discounts if you order 7 units or more. God fucking damn it, this guy is slimy.
Hey, I'll take a number 9, fat boy.
Give me a number 9, just like his. Let me get a number 6 with extra dip.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
And throughout all of this, it seems that no one asked a very important question. What happened to Project N? Remember that? The Super Nintendo game? People paid money for it. I paid money for it. Not a lot, only a few gems, but I did. We haven't had any information regarding that project since 2014, and the game's page has even been removed from the official Watermelon page. So, is it cancelled? Okay, fine. How about issuing refunds then? You see my issue here? This game is a masterpiece, but there's all this uncertainty around it. So, should you get this game? I don't know. In the end, I used my Patreon donations to order the cheaper, regular edition of Watermelon's next game. So I guess now we play the waiting game.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Hey everyone, thank you for watching Stalker's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and share this video. All that fun social media stuff. And you can also support me on Patreon. It may not seem like it, but even $1 is a really big help in keeping this channel going. I'd also like to thank my newest Patreon supporters, Jacques Paul and Renzo Frassinelli. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! Skibidi-bop da-da! Mad Stalker Full Metal 4th is a new game released for the Mega Drive or Sega Genesis in 2020. Originally, the game was released in 1994 for the PC Engine and a slew of Japanese computers, with a Mega Drive port in development. However, the Sega version would eventually be cancelled. That is, until Columbus Circle picked up the rights to the game, finished its development, and eventually released it this year. The game is a mix of beat-em-up and fighting, all wrapped in a sci-fi setting where you play as a giant mech. And I do love me some giant mechs. I have to admit though, I had never even heard about this series. But I did find out it has a pretty dedicated cult following, many of which consider the game to be a hidden gem. I mean, the X68000 version would even be nominated for Game of the Year. Personally though, based on the Mega Drive port, I wouldn't go that far. The game comes in a Japanese Mega Drive style box. Columbus Circle only released this game in Japan, so there are no PAL Mega Drive or Genesis versions of this release available. I have to say, the box art is absolutely stunning. I mean, yes, you could argue that it's a bit cluttered, which yes, it is. But man, does it grab your attention. The box also fits in perfectly with the rest of your Mega Drive or Sega Genesis collection. Once again, it doesn't say Sega or Mega Drive anywhere, but it does say MD. I wonder if this was a way they found to get around the copyright issues. Or maybe copyright law works massively different in Japan than it does in the West. Either way, it is good to see a reference to the actual console this game runs on. I feel the box art is where most modern Mega Drive releases tend to drop the ball. But this game is a clear exception. I just love this art style, making it seem like a cover to a comic book or manga. Inside, we find the full color manual and the cartridge. The manual has a lot of information, which sadly I can't read. From what I can tell, it seems to include a plot synopsis, the control layout, some information on each stage, and more importantly, the special moves for each mech. More on that later. The cartridge is also in the Japanese style, which for me makes it hard to compare with other cartridges. The only official Japanese Mega Drive cart I own is Dragon Ball Z, and though the two look very similar, there are a few differences. For starters, Mad Stalker's sticker is a little closer to the bottom edge than Dragon Ball Z's, and the plastic feels rougher to the touch. You also get some different warning stickers and embossments on the back, but nothing too egregious. This is a hard one for me to compare, because I have no idea if Japanese carts were all standardized or if there were differences between each publisher. I should point out though that you'll need either a Japanese Mega Drive or an adapter to run this on your PAL Mega Drive or Sega Genesis. Otherwise, the game will not fit on your cartridge slot. Now that's all well and good, but there's one major issue. According to the Sega 16 forums, the pin connectors on these carts are too wide, meaning they could damage your console's cartridge slot after prolonged use. I did compare my game's pin connectors with that of an official Mega Drive release, and yeah, they were definitely wider than any European, American, or Japanese game that I own. Now, in my case, I'll be using an adapter, so worst case scenario, I'll only end up breaking this. But I gotta be honest, had I known that this could ruin my system, I most likely would not have bought it. So do take that into consideration before buying this. Overall, I am absolutely torn on this. The packaging, cartridge design, and manual are absolutely wonderful. I honestly would have held this game as one of the gold standards of modern Mega Drive packaging, but that pin connector issue completely undoes any praise I might have for it. It looks great on a shelf, and it's a wonderful conversation piece, but do take precautions if you're going to play it. Booting up the game, you're quickly brought to a pretty long text scroll. But long story short is that in the future, they found a spaceship with advanced mechs in it, and you get to pilot one of these mechs. But then, the others go berserk, and it's your job to stop them. Anyway, like I mentioned before, this game is a mix of beat 'em up like Final Fight or Streets of Rage with that of a fighting game, like Street Fighter. What I mean is, you walk around on a 2D plane and you can only move left or right like you would in a fighting game, and not up or down like in a beat 'em up. And there's also no one-button combo system like you would expect to find in a beat 'em up. Instead, you have two attack buttons, as well as light and heavy attacks which must be chained manually to create free-form combos. You also have special moves like a dash attack, a shoryuken, or a gunshot, which are activated by inputting special fighting game style commands. The issue is, because the manual is in Japanese, I actually did not realize that the moves were already there. Whoops. So I spent quite a bit of time initially fumbling around the controls and the game, trying to figure out how to perform your special inputs. But yeah, I would end up spending quite a bit of time searching online and would even end up going to GameFAQs, which, as you might expect, the pages for the Mega Drive version were barren. So I decided to check out the boards for the TurboGrafx 16 version instead. And with that, how often do you think about your ex? What? Girl called me cute on my first date. Did I get friend-zoned? My girlfriend is ignoring me. How often do you see your girlfriend? Is a coworker trying to flirt with me? How do I get a girlfriend? What the hell did I just stumble upon? Yeah, apparently the GameFAQ forums for this 16-bit mech game were used as the website's unofficial dating advice forums. I'm just going to stop the review now, and we're gonna go on this tangent here. Apparently, this began as far back as 2008 and lasted up until 2018. And this wasn't just a couple of dudes either. There are literally hundreds of users here, with over 1,000 pages! Yes, 1,000 pages of content, at 20 threads per page, totaling in 20,000 topics created seeking romantic advice. Reading this is fascinating, and I don't think there's anything that could get me to stop reading water sports. Okay, moving on. Now, learning how to chain the combos requires a fair bit of experimentation. It doesn't help that your regular attacks will change depending on whether or not you're pressing the D-pad. So for example, if you press one of the attack buttons, you throw a light attack. But if you press the same attack button while holding down any direction on the D-pad, you throw a heavy attack. So you need to find the right mix of light, heavy, and special attacks to perform your combos. And to be fair, when this works, it really works. Performing your very own custom combos on regular enemies is super fun and engaging. But this comes at a cost of having quite a bit of a learning curve. I'd go as far as to say I still haven't quite mastered this, but I did find myself really getting into the game. The issue is, as I mentioned previously, the learning curve. The first time I played this game, I absolutely hated it. I was treating it like a regular beat-em-up, and sort of expected the game to perform automatic combos for me, which is not how this should be played. Unfortunately, for every little thing this game does right, there's something it does wrong. Fighting the enemies that are the same size as you is super engaging, and there's a nice variation of these to keep it entertaining. But then you get to the other enemies, which I've dubbed the gimmick enemies. I call them this because while their regular foes are entertaining, everyone else needs to be taken down with a gimmick. Smaller mechs, for example, are meant to be taken down by rushing them. Electrical balls are supposed to be taken down by jumping and performing an air throw. And these dudes are meant to be taken down with a mix of shoryukens and rushing attacks. There's just nothing interesting about them. Yes, you could try taking them out through other methods. But trust me, that will just take forever and you're bound to lose a ton of health. I wouldn't mind so much if they were a bit rarer, but the game just keeps throwing these gimmicky enemies at you incessantly. They are the first foes you'll find in level 1, and in most stages they're more common than regular foes. It's just such an odd counterbalance to the rest of the game. On one hand, you have enemies that require actual skill and strategic thinking to defeat. And then you have these dudes who require you to spam the same move over and over. But I'd argue the worst issue of them all are the boss fights. Oh man, these are super rough. The first issue is that they appear out of nowhere and will always score a cheap hit against you unless you know what's coming. And even if you know what's coming, it's still easy for them to score a cheap hit. I mean, look at this! This boss can easily force you into an infinite hit loop if you're not careful. Technically, you're supposed to block him, but he can actually keep damaging you over and over while your character is still stuck in a damage animation, meaning you have no way to defend yourself. Also, I gotta say, I really don't like how you're supposed to press both attack buttons to block. I'm so used to pressing the back button on fighting games to block that I often forget that blocking is even an option in this game. Then you have the fact that the enemy boss AI is super aggressive. They do not let up. I did discover that for most of them, the best way to beat them is to be cheap yourself. You can usually corner almost every boss with a heavy jump kick and then quickly throw a series of light kicks or punches while crawling to score several cheap hits. I'd feel bad about this if it were not for the fact that the enemy AI can and will be just as cheap. If you play your cards right, you can usually keep repeating this indefinitely for most boss fights. And if they manage to break free, you can often push them back into a corner and repeat this process. I really wanted to like these boss fights, but man, I just couldn't. It also does not help that during the final stage, you're thrown into a boss rush mode, where you're expected to beat them one after the other with very few health packs thrown in. Needless to say, I could not get past this part. Now, you might have already have noticed this, but graphically, this game is pretty average for the Mega Drive. Sure, you have some basic parallax scrolling, but nothing too outstanding, and most backgrounds tend to be rather plain as well, with little to no animations and a washed out color palette. I know this port is based on the Sharp X68000 version, but that version looks much better than this, with better colors, animation, and I'm pretty sure it has a higher resolution. Now granted, the Sharp X68000 is a much more powerful system, so that's to be expected, I get that. But the problem is that modern Mega Drive games have so often pushed the envelope on what the system can do that honestly, Mad Stalker kind of looks archaic by comparison. And it does not help that it's also plagued by slowdown on a near constant basis. I know all Columbus Circle did was touch up an unfinished beta and prepare it for release, but I really wish they had gone the extra mile. Like, I don't know, am I the only one who feels that your walk cycle animation looks a bit odd? Look, I know I'm not a programmer, but modern Mega Drive releases have consistently raised the bar, many of which are priced lower than Mad Stalker, making this game a pretty hard sell. It also does not help that the PC Engine version lets you choose between 3 different playable mechs for the story mode, whereas here you're down to just one. Now granted, the PC Engine version is also missing any parallax scrolling and the backgrounds have even less animation than the Mega Drive port. But I would gladly trade all that for more playable characters in the story mode. Although, you can play as every mech and boss character in Versus mode, which to be fair, is a really cool option. I definitely dig that, but I still wish I could play them in story mode. Overall, I have mixed feelings on Mad Stalker. This is a game that I really wanted to enjoy. It has a cool setting, and I do love beat-em-ups and mech games. I also feel that making the controls more akin to a fighting game makes it rather unique. And when it works, it really works. But then you have cheap boss fights, slowdown, gimmicky enemies, boring backgrounds, and it all just kind of falls apart from there. If you're interested, you can get this game from a few websites like PlayAsia, Japan Zone, and Columbus Circle. But be prepared to pay quite a bit for it. Good thing I have Patreon, I guess. I know this game has quite a dedicated fanbase. It even went on to inspire Guardian Heroes, so it definitely has its fans. And I feel that if you're into any of the previous versions, you'll get a kick out of this. But if you're going into this game completely blind, you might want to think twice before getting it. Hey everyone, thank you for watching Stalker's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and share this video. All that fun social media stuff. And you can also support me on Patreon. It may not seem like it, but even $1 is a really big help in keeping this channel going. I'd also like to thank my newest Patreon supporter, Alessandro Perlini. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! Still intact. She'll go 300 hectares on a single tank of kerosene. Take it for a test drive and you'll agree. Zagrebebnom zloktev diev. Put it in H! Gluf is a new puzzle game for the Mega Drive or Sega Genesis, released in 2020. The game was developed by Retro Souls, who is a one-person development studio housed in Russia, who seem to specialize on puzzle games for retro systems, having created not just Gluf, but also Yahtzee for the Mega Drive, MSX, and ZX Spectrum, as well as a slew of other games for the Super Nintendo and even Commodore 64. Though in this case, the game was sent to me by Mega Cat Studios. You might know them as the publisher that sells several modern releases for the Mega Drive and Super Nintendo, including Tanzer, Tanglewood, and Arkagis Revolution, all of which are games that I've already reviewed before. Now, I should point out that I'm not that big a fan of puzzle games. I mean, I like columns and Tetris alright, but for the most part, it's a genre that I don't have a particular affinity with. So do take that into consideration as I'm reviewing this. And honestly, yeah, I was initially a little apprehensive about reviewing this game because of this. But I have made something of a name for myself by reviewing modern Mega Drive games, and I feel I should take a look at this one to the best of my abilities. But first, the game comes in a Mega Drive style case. I like how Mega Cat Studios sent me the PAL version despite them being housed in the US, which means the box will fit in nicely with other official Mega Drive releases that I own. And in fact, if you were to look at it at a glance, you would not be able to tell the difference between this and an official release. At least not until you read the text and noticed that it doesn't actually say Mega Drive or Sega anywhere. Which makes sense, as they don't hold the rights to them. I will say though that I am not a fan of the box art. And to be fair, I think the issue isn't with the art itself. I mean, the ghost there does look pretty adorable, but rather, it's an issue with the source material. I mean, I'm not sure how you're going to turn this into a compelling box art, so I think my issue may be with the theme itself. Inside, we find a manual and cartridge. The manual looks good, but is only 6 pages long. Which, yeah, as we get into the game, you'll most likely realize why that is. I mean, even the font they picked is super huge, but they still had trouble in filling this manual. The cartridge, on the other hand, is frankly amazing. It's almost an exact replica of an official Mega Drive cart, right down to how the plastic feels in your hand. Sure, it has this notch on the side, but I've been told that this is to ensure it will fit across all Mega Drive models and variants. On the back, once again, it looks very similar to an official cartridge. The warning text is a little different and there's no Sega logo. But again, that's to be expected. Sadly, I can't open the cartridge to see what looks inside, as it's using these sort of screws and I have no way of opening them. Overall, I have mixed feelings on this one. I mean, the production quality of the cartridge and the box are perfect. But I'm not a big fan of the cover art or the manual. But then again, considering how the game is, I don't know what could have been made to improve it. Booting up the game, you get a
Mega Cat.
Okay, that is equal parts creepy and awesome. I'm sorry, but that is one impressive logo for the Mega Drive. It's also kinda creepy because it's the first thing you see when you turn on the console. So I was not expecting that, but man do I love it. Booting up the game, you're brought to a pretty awesome title screen. Not only do you have an impressive number of layers of parallax scrolling, but you also got some really catchy music. Anyway, as I mentioned before, this is a puzzle game. Basically, you control this frog thing, and your job is to... Wait, do you hear that? Oh my god, is that Loituma Polka? Okay, no, seriously, does anyone else remember this? This was huge back in 2007! God, I'm so old. Yeah, there was even a whole meme about this, which was everywhere back in the day. That is just so random. Anyway, where was I again? Oh, right. You control this frog thing, and your job is to walk over each land piece, turning them from white to red. And that's it. That's the game. Well, I mean, as you walk over a piece, you will lose some energy, which must then be recharged at a station. Other than that, it's a case of avoiding enemies and pitfalls. And to be fair, your enemies will behave differently as you progress. From regular foes who walk back and forth to these guys who shoot lasers at you. You, however, are always defenseless, so you have no choice but to avoid them at all costs, which for the most part isn't that hard to do. Later levels, though, do get pretty big, and it's actually easy to die because you were hit by something above or below you that you didn't see coming. And if you die, you get sent to the beginning and your progress of that stage isn't done. But considering how short each level is, it's not really much of a penalty. And in fact, you can also press the C button to restart the level, which you'll need to use on occasion as some levels need to be solved in a specific order. And if you perform an action out of order, you're pretty much forced to try again. Other than that, yeah, that's pretty much it. See, my biggest issue with the game is that I don't feel the mechanics evolve. Sure, levels are made longer, and there are more enemies as you progress, but it's never challenging and no new gameplay mechanics are introduced. So it all just feels kind of samey after a while. Add that to the fact that there are only 30 levels, most of which can be cleared in under a minute, and you're left with a really short game. I completed Gluf on my first try in just under 1 hour. Look, I get it. Really, I do. Not every game needs to be Tanzer, Xenocrisis, or Tanglewood. Sometimes games can just be smaller, and that's fine. And it's not like Gluf is a bad game. It's simple, but well made. And I also admit that it doesn't help that it's in a genre that I'm not particularly into. But I do wish there was more. More of the game, more mechanics, deeper mechanics, just more. Oh, also, this game needs more songs. Like, seriously. There's only 2 songs during gameplay, the Loituma song and an additional original theme, and they change every 10 levels. So let me tell you, by the end of the game, I was just so sick of hearing the same tunes over and over again. I mean, to be fair, they're well executed on the console, but they're also repetitive, especially the Loituma Polka one. Overall, I feel this game is a bit hard to recommend. If you're looking for a short puzzle game that is fun but not too difficult, this might be for you. And if so, you can get it on the Mega Cat Studios website. But if you're looking for something on the level of Tanglewood, Tanzer, or Xenocrisis, then you might come out a bit disappointed. Hey everyone, Thank you for watching Stalker's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and share this video. All that fun social media stuff. And you can also support me on Patreon. It may not seem like it, but even $1 is a really big help in keeping this channel going. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! Do you know what was the last officially released Sega Genesis game? Up until recently, the correct answers would have been either The Lost World Jurassic Park, Madden NFL 98, or Frogger of all things. But now, that's changed. Sure, we got a lot of indie projects for the Mega Drive in recent years, but none of them were officially sanctioned by Sega, until recently. On September 2019, the Sega Mega Drive Mini was released, and with it came a new game for the system. No, I'm not talking about the English translation of Monster World 4, which was a welcome addition and one of my main reasons for buying the console. Nor am I talking about Tetris, which was technically never released but was a Sega sanctioned project. No, I'm talking about Darius, an arcade port of all things. And a damn good one at that. I've been meaning to cover this game for a while now, as covering new games for the Mega Drive has sort of become my thing. But I've also been avoiding doing it because, honestly, I thought this game was gonna get covered to death. This is a new Mega Drive game, launched in an officially sanctioned Sega product. No, more than that, this isn't just an officially sanctioned Sega product. That would have been a product like an AtGames Mega Drive. This was officially developed, created internally, and published by Sega. Sure, M2 did the emulation, but the project itself was helmed by Sega. You cannot get more official than this. And yet, nobody cared. If I type Darius Mega Drive review or Darius Genesis review on YouTube, you won't find a single video on it. Sure, you'll find gameplay videos and long plays on it, but an honest-to-God review? I couldn't find any. I mean, it is possible someone did review the game, but let's be honest here, the YouTube algorithm is quite literally the worst thing ever devised by programmers. So it's very likely that it's just buried underneath all this content. This is also why I held off on reviewing this game for so long. I mean, let's be honest here guys, I am a micro YouTuber at best. If a large YouTuber like the AVGN decided to review this game, I'd be done for. But seeing as how everyone forgot about it, I guess I should take a look at this game. Darius was developed in 1987 and released for arcades. The game made a name for itself, not for just being a great shmup at the time, but also because it was played on three, count them, 3 CRT monitors. This definitely helped the game stand out, as you have a wide field of view no other shmup at the time could match. Unfortunately, this also came at a price, as it meant there was no way to accurately port this game to consoles. There was a port called Super Darius released for the PC Engine CD add-on, which also used the console's RAM expansion pack. But as you can see by just looking at it, the gameplay area has been reduced not just horizontally, but also vertically, as you now have to scroll up and down to see the rest of the stage, which can make the game feel a little bit claustrophobic. I should point out that I'm not the biggest Darius expert out there. I mean, I played the Genesis port of Saga, which was fine I guess, and I loved Darius Gaiden for the Saturn. But the first Darius? This is my first time playing it. An interesting story about the Mega Drive port is that unlike what most websites will tell you, this was actually not ported by M2. In fact, clever internet sleuths discovered that it's actually based on the project by Arcade. I'll admit I couldn't find too much information about him, but from what I understand, this dude isn't even a programmer in his day job. He just does it as a hobby. But he loves Darius so much that he decided to port the game to the Mega Drive and retain as much of the game as possible. Can you imagine being this guy? You love an arcade game so much that you learn to code in your free time and then port the arcade game to the Mega Drive just so you can play it at home? There are not enough hats I can tip off to this guy. And honestly, what we got is pretty good. The game runs fast, the colors are good, and the music is really good. I honestly can't find anything wrong with... Oh, so that's why nobody's talking about this game. Yeah, this game is hard. Like, no joke, I'm a huge shmup fan, and this is one of the hardest shmups I've ever played. The first few times I played this, I couldn't even get past the first level. Is it me? Am I getting slow in my old age? I honestly think this might be the reason why the larger YouTubers did make a proper video on this game. Because clearly, learning to play this port requires serious dedication. But I wasn't about to give up, so I decided to try and play Super Darius on the PC Engine Mini instead. And much to my surprise, this version is way easier. The enemies move a lot slower, making everything more manageable. I got much farther in this version with barely any difficulty. In fact, I would end up using this version as my training wheels before attempting the Mega Drive port once again. And lo and behold, once I returned to the Mega Drive port, I was now doing much better. So, where to begin? Yes, this game is incredibly difficult. The view area is bigger on the Mega Drive thanks to the higher resolution, making everything look more zoomed out. As a result, it can be harder to aim at small targets. Additionally, they come at you much faster than the PC Engine version, which makes this port even more difficult. And yes, it was difficult getting over that initial hurdle, but once you reach the game's intended skill set, it honestly becomes seriously addicting. I absolutely love how intense Darius was on the Mega Drive. This game does not let up. It's constantly throwing enemies at you and forcing you to take split-second decisions to survive. I know that's technically what every shmup does, but this one is just so much more intense. It honestly reminded me of Contra Hardcore in how intense it was. And if you've seen my top 30 Sega Genesis games video, then you know Contra Hardcore is my favorite Genesis title. I was also really impressed by its graphics and sound. Put the level 1 music from the arcade next to its Genesis counterpart and you'll be hard pressed to find any differences. I mean, the PC Engine port obviously used CD audio to pull off its music, but this is running on the Sega Genesis sound chip, and it sounds amazing! The graphics also look near arcade perfect, except for the fact that it's obviously running at 4:3 instead of the triple screen setup. But the colors, movement, and enemy size honestly seem as near close to the arcade as possible, and definitely an improvement over the chubbier PC Engine enemies. Now, the Darius series is known for having its enemies, especially the bosses, modeled after marine life, like carps, octopi, shellfish, that sort of thing. And while that is pretty cool, I have to say, the thing that impressed me the most were the backgrounds. I mean, yeah, sure, they were just static images. At most, you'd maybe have a flashing light in the background, and not all backgrounds were winners. In fact, some were embarrassingly simple. But my god, just look at this! This doesn't even look like pixel art. It looks like I'm flying in a painting. Sure, they don't have any animation, but I honestly don't care. It's just so beautiful. Or this one. Look at those rays of light penetrating the waterline. I absolutely love some of these backgrounds and I would just marvel at them. I will say that I felt some of these weren't as well done on the PC Engine though, especially the underwater one. But the Raging Waters one is still beautiful no matter which version you play. At the end of each level, you can select which path you want to take, meaning you have a total of 26 levels, but you only actually play 7 in each run, which definitely gives some nice replay value. But unfortunately, not all is well with this game. And it's not really a problem with the port itself, but rather with the game this is based on. You see, the game has a power-up system for your main weapon, your bombs, and your shield. And for the most part, this works well enough. But the problem is, that is literally all you get. You start with a pea shooter and then pick up the first upgrade and then get a slightly faster fire rate for your pea shooter. Then you get a double shot, then a faster double shot, then a triple shot, then a faster triple shot. It honestly just becomes boring. One of my favorite things about shmups is the option to pick up an upgrade and change into a new weapon that is better suited for my situation. But this? You're just constantly stuck with the same forward-firing weapon and the same downward-shooting bombs. And it gets really boring after a while. Well, kind of. After picking up your 10th power-up, your weapons will change. Your frontal weapon becomes a laser and your bombs now shoot both downward and upward. But here's the thing, this is still the same weapon. Sure, now your laser goes through enemies, and your bombs also hit upwards. But you're still technically using the same weapon you were firing from the first stage. And after a while, I just got really bored of my arsenal because I kept employing the same tactics over and over again. It also doesn't help that when you upgrade to the laser, you get a single shot, whereas before I was using a triple shot. Because of this, my shooting angles became much narrower, meaning the game actually became more difficult after upgrading my weapon. Additionally, if you lose a single life, you'll also lose every upgrade you've caught up to that point. And honestly, you just might as well reset the game once that happens. Now granted, if you got your 10th power-up, then after dying, you actually reset to the lowest version of your upgraded weapon. Meaning, if you reach the laser, you still get to keep the laser, but the lowest version of the laser. And you also get to keep the upwards and downwards bomb, but only in their lowest incarnations. And you need to upgrade them once again. As I mentioned before, this game is super intense. But the developers also realized this, because one of the power-ups is a shield, which is super useful. This shield can take quite a bit of punishment before it goes down. And let me tell you, every time you lose that shield, it's like a mini heart attack. On the other hand, being able to replenish the shield after losing it is the biggest sense of relief I felt since finishing my college entry exams. Now, to be fair, the game does have some cool options for those willing to play Darius differently. Not only do you have difficulty settings, but you can also change your ship. Changing to the blue ship means that you get to keep all your upgrades after losing a life. You can also choose between the arcade version of Darius or the 26 bosses from the PC Engine version, which contains enemies that never made it into the final release of the original arcade game. I mean, you even got a boss rush mode. This is honestly a ton of content for a shmup. I mean, content-wise, this is most likely the most complete version of Darius out there. And considering all the options you get, this is honestly kind of amazing. Going back to the PC Engine version, I can definitely notice a few changes. You've got the same options as a Mega Drive Mini version, except for the original arcade run. I also noticed the colors are a lot more garish here. And like I said before, the enemies are slower, chubbier, easier to hit, easier to dodge, and the game doesn't cover the entire screen, forcing you to scroll up and down to see the rest of the stage. But the worst part is that after playing the Mega Drive version, I honestly had a lot of trouble playing the PC Engine port now. It was just so slow and easy that I was honestly a bit bored. Again, this could have been mitigated by having different weapon power-ups, but playing it here just seems to highlight that game design issue even further. I also noticed a ton of flicker in places, especially during boss fights or in the areas where you're supposed to choose your next level. I think what happened here is that the developers took into account the lack of horizontal view area from the arcade and decided to slow down the game to make it easier, while the Mega Drive version kept the enemies at the same speed to be more true to the spirit of the arcade. Both are valid choices, and I don't think there's a right or wrong decision here, but it does mean that the PC Engine version is the easiest one to get into and also serves as a training wheels for the much more difficult Mega Drive port. Which, yes, it's harder, but I also find it much more satisfying. But then again, I am a glutton for punishment, and I've always enjoyed difficult, twitchy games. So whichever version you want to play is up to you, as they are both good in their own way. But we're not done yet. You see, the arcade version of Darius was also recently released for the PS4 and Nintendo Switch, as part of the Darius Cosmic Collection arcade. This includes 3 variants of the original Darius game, 3 variants of its sequel, Darius 2 or Saga, and Darius Gaiden. So I say, we might as well come full circle and try out the arcade version as well. I think there's a problem here. Hold on, let me check. Yes, I see it now. Okay, yes, I think I see what's wrong now. I can't see shit. I just can't see shit, okay? I can see exactly fuck all.
Fucking bullshit, fucking bullshit, fucking bullshit, holy shit, oh fucker.
How the hell am I supposed to play this? Am I supposed to mount 3 screens? Can the PS4 and Switch even do that? Look guys, I'll level with you. I just can't play this. And the options aren't much help either. I mean, you can stretch vertically, which... oh god, no. This was somehow even worse, as I suddenly felt like there was something wrong with my ship movement and bullet travel speed. It's like the horizontal speed for everything became slow and floaty, while the vertical speed did not. So because of that, my ship and bullets became painfully slow due to trying to stretch 3 screens into one. I don't know, I can't describe it, but it's weird. But it was also the only way I could play it somewhat. Well, that's not entirely true. Believe it or not, this game is actually more playable in portable mode. Not because of any additional screen options, but simply because I have the screen so mushed against my face that it's actually easier for me to see where I'm going. Which is still not ideal, but is at least playable. Barely. It also means I couldn't capture any footage while playing it in handheld mode, so you'll mostly just be watching random gameplay footage of the arcade version while my eyes try to survive this onslaught. I did notice that because of the wider view area, your bullets take a long time to travel to the end of the screen. This meant that the weapon refire rate upgrades, which were sorta pointless in the console versions, are surprisingly useful here. I'm also guessing it means that the laser is much more useful here, as it will go through every enemy as it travels to the end of the screen. But I didn't get that far. I mean, I'm sorry, but I can barely play this game for 20 minutes without my eyes hurting. I can at least confirm that the Mega Drive colors are much more similar to the arcade version, as well as the enemy speed, which confirms my earlier suspicions. That the PC Engine version was adapted to fit the console limitations, while the Mega Drive port retains the spirit of the original. But honestly, that's about as far as I can get into this game, and I seriously got a headache while playing this. Now to be fair, the rest of this collection is pretty solid. Darius 2 or Saga ran on 2 screens in its original arcade version, making it far more playable on modern televisions. And if you do stretch the image, well, it's not terrible, I guess. But it's also not required, as you have enough screen real estate as it is. And Darius Gaiden ran on just 1 screen in the arcades, so I guess they kept decreasing the number of screens as the series went on. I recall playing this game on my friend's Sega Saturn and being super jealous of how good it was back in the day. And playing it now, I can safely say that it's even better than I remember. And it's by far the best entry in this collection, with great melancholic music, top-notch graphics that mix 2D sprites with early 3D effects that would feel right at home on the Sega Saturn, as well as a superb art direction. I'd go as far as to say this collection is worth getting for this title alone. But Saga and Darius 2 are also a nice bonus. As for the original Darius, look, if you own an ultra-wide TV set or a triple screen setup, I'm sure Darius on the PS4 and Switch is great. But if you're like the rest of us common mortals, chances are that's not an option for you. Because of that, I'd sooner recommend either the PC Engine or Mega Drive ports, both of which are great in their own respective ways. As for myself, I've made the decision of playing Darius on the Mega Drive Mini. But if you don't agree with that, the good news is that we now have plenty of options to choose from. Hey everyone, thank you for watching Stika's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and share this video. All that fun social media stuff. And you can also support me on Patreon. It may not seem like it, but even $1 is a really big help in keeping this channel going. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! Arkagis Revolution, Arkagis? Well, this video is out to a fine start. I can't even say the name of the game. Arkagis Revolution is a new game for the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive, which was originally set to launch in May 2020. But due to the recent COVID-19 virus, its physical release has been delayed. I've been following the game on Twitter for a while now, so I got in touch with the developers and asked them for a review copy of the game. But sadly, due to the whole COVID-19 business, they couldn't really send me a physical copy of the game. So instead, I was sent a ROM file, which is how I'm playing this game. The game is an impressive looking, Mode 7-like overhead shooter for the Mega Drive, which is an awesome technical marvel for the system. But it doesn't stop there. It's got impressive looking cutscenes and even full voice acting. Now, this was supposed to be the part where I talk about the game's physical packaging, but yeah, that's not gonna happen. I will say, I'm not a big fan of the cover art though. I don't know if this is just a placeholder or the real thing. But I'm not really feeling what they went with here. The website also lists the full packaging will include the cartridge, clamshell box, and full color manual. I should point out that because I don't have a physical cartridge, I'm playing my copy of the game on the Fusion emulator, and I'm using the Mega Drive Mini's 3-button controller. While playing it, I didn't run into any weird bugs or emulation issues. But I have no way to tell if any do exist when playing the game on the actual console. But sadly, that's about as far as I can take this segment. So let's get to the game. Arkagis Revolution begins with a really impressive looking intro. You've got smooth animations and everything is drawn in perspective to give it a polygonal look. It kind of reminds me of Flashback or Another World in this regard. and it's really well done. It looks really great, but there's one thing that kinda ruins it. The faces. I'm sorry, but just look at their faces. Why are they so goofy? Even the villain looks like that goofy science teacher you had back in high school. I'm sorry, but I just can't get over how goofy their faces look. I think they were going for an anime style, something which I'm all for. But clearly, something did not translate as well as they'd hoped. Anyway, the intro tells the story of how your planet was living under a dictatorship, and then a second force invaded aiming to overthrow them, only to then install their own rule. So now, it's your job to overthrow them and actually free your planet for once. As you start the game, you're prompted to what is probably a Mega Drive first. Full voice acting for every dialogue line.
Commander here, this is an enemy warehouse. According to our reports, they're storing a new weapon here.
This is honestly really impressive. You have different characters, different actors, and it doesn't seem like they reuse any lines either. The only other game I can think of that does something like this is Strider Returns for the Mega Drive. But the less said about that game, the better. Not to mention, Arkagis Revolution has way more lines of dialogue than that game. Sure, they may not sound as clear as Strider Returns.
This is Mika. I'm the engineer of this ship. It's the first time it'll be in use. Let's test it. Roger.
I have you now. Never, my friend. Tomorrow is the day you die.
But from a technical standpoint, it's still impressive. And at least the characters' faces look a lot better on this small window screen. Equally impressive from a technical standpoint is the game itself. I mean, look at this! How many games on the Mega Drive can you think of that have complete sprite and background rotation? I can think of Red Zone, and that's pretty much it. The game also runs very smoothly. I tried testing its limits to see if there were any frame rate drops, and save for 1 or 2 spots in the final level, this was a completely smooth experience. And even when the frame rate drops, it was barely noticeable during gameplay, and probably won't be noticeable at all on YouTube. Now, this does come with a few caveats. As you've no doubt noticed, 2/3 of the screen are covered by your heads-up display. And boy, does this make the game feel claustrophobic. Yes, you do get used to it, but that lingering feeling of claustrophobia never fully goes away. This means I often found myself running into enemies or dangers or not knowing how close they were to me because of my limited view area. It also doesn't help that many levels are pretty claustrophobic in of themselves, with small rooms, narrow passages, long corridors, that sort of thing. Despite this, Arkagis Revolution is super easy. I was able to finish the game in 1 hour on my first playthrough, and this was helped by some really tight controls and responsive maneuvering. You move your ship with the D-pad, shoot with the B button, and use the A and C buttons to turn. And this works surprisingly well. You turn fast and on a dime, and your enemies are so large that it makes it easy to hit them so long as you shoot in their general vicinity. This was an issue I had with Xenocrisis, as I was never sure which button turned me into what direction. But here, it works flawlessly. You also have a few weapon pickups that help you along the way. You start with your normal pea shooter, which is also the only weapon that can be upgraded to fire stronger shots. It's just your regular, standard weapon though, no real frills here. Then you get the homing weapon, and by God, this weapon is so good. It lets you shoot from corners and it targets enemies before they even appear on screen. So I just kept using it as a makeshift radar to know which direction my enemies were coming from. and often I was taking them out before I ever even saw them. So yeah, this is definitely my favorite weapon in the game. And then you get a charge shot, which can shoot open doors or destroy multiple enemies at once. At first, I didn't really care for this one, due to its slow refire rate. But I did find some use for it, more on that later. And that's it, 3 weapons. Yeah, I was a little disappointed, but at least switching between them is quick and easy. You either press the XYZ buttons on the 6-button controller to instantly select that weapon, or you can pause Arkagis Revolution and select your weapon in an instant. So it never brings down the pacing of the game, and man, what a pacing it is! I just kept charging in and shooting down everything in my path. It was incredibly satisfying mowing down every enemy I came across. And the smooth controls also helped when I ran into some environmental challenges. The levels are all fairly large too, and you can even access the map to help you guide your way. Though to be fair, I never really needed the map, as it doesn't let you scroll where you wanted to, nor does it highlight any points of interest like enemies, doors, or weapon and health pickups. Not that you really need a map in the first place though, as the levels are all pretty straightforward. Sure, they have side rooms for the aforementioned weapon and health pickups, and some levels are larger than others, either with wide open areas to explore or several interconnected rooms. But they're all fairly easy to navigate. As long as you maintain some basic sense of direction, you'll always know where you've been and where you're going. One thing that did bother me though is how every time you leave an area, the game resets your weapons and health. This means that if you go out of your way to find all the weapon pickups in a stage, you'll lose them once you complete that area and move on to either the next one or to the end level boss. It kind of made me question what's the point in collecting weapons if I can't use them against bosses. With that said, the game is pretty short with only 5 levels. Not only that, but you also have 3 tutorial segments which are sadly unskippable. But at least at the start of every level, boss fight, and upon completing each level, you get some voice dialogue. I'm sorry, but that is just so impressive to me. One thing I did notice is that the enemy AI doesn't really know what to do when you start strafing and shooting, so it's really easy to dodge their shots and mow them down. This includes bosses too. So long as you keep strafing and shooting, you'll have no issue dealing with any of them, including the final boss. One way the game seems to get around this is by littering the levels and boss fights with barrels and other destructible environments. But if you take the time to clear the area first, then you can take out the bosses without any major hassles. In fact, the game was so easy that I was able to beat it on my first try without losing any lives. At least you do get a difficulty slider, so I decided to crank it all the way up. Not that I had any issues, I mean, I'm already a pro at this game. There's nothing you can throw at me that would make me fun. So yeah, it's harder now. I don't know if it adds more enemies or if they're just more aggressive, but I suddenly found myself having trouble dodging all their bullets and was at the edge of my seat the entire time. Not only that, but suddenly I started using my weapons much more strategically. I was still using the homing weapon to attack enemies from corners and using it as an early warning system, but suddenly I found myself baiting enemies towards those long corridors I mentioned and taking out multiple foes at once with the charge shot. In fact, I found myself using the charge shot a lot more often now. I'd even start using the backwards boost you get from firing it to my advantage, so that I could take down multiple enemies at once while putting some distance between me and their bullets. Even the bosses were much more difficult this time, as they change up their patterns or go into erratic behaviors so that you couldn't hit them just by strafing the same direction over and over again while shooting. So yeah, I was now playing Arkagis Revolution much more strategically, and the game was better for it. The game also has a speedrun mode, which basically gives you a counter on the upper right corner to let you know how long you're taking to beat the game. It still doesn't let you skip the tutorial segments though. Graphically, I generally enjoyed the game for its sprite and background rotation, but I thought the colors were kind of dull, and the levels also seemed pretty featureless. Like here, this stage where you're supposed to be inside a research facility. Does any of this scream research facility or laboratory to you? Give me giant test tubes with humans in it. Give me prototype machines still in construction. Just anything. The music is also fairly good, but nothing I'd say spectacular. Still, it does a good job and sounds way better than many officially released games. Overall, I really enjoyed my time with Arkagis Revolution. This game is a technical marvel on the console, but more than that, it's also a really fun game. Sure, I had some problems with the low difficulty at first, but once I raised the settings to my liking, suddenly I got the challenge I was looking for while using each weapon and my tank's mobility to its fullest. I have little doubt in my mind that if Arkagis Revolution had launched back in the day, it would have been a showstopper. And out of all the modern Mega Drive games released, as of now, this one is definitely on my top 5, and I highly recommend it. If you want to buy a copy of the game, you can go to arkagis.com, which has links to European and Japanese stores. As of yet, there doesn't seem to be any US online stores for the game. And although I can't give an opinion on the physical packaging, I can at least say the game itself is definitely worth it. Just be sure to remember to temper your expectations and keep in mind you can easily finish this game in about an hour. Hey everyone, thank you for watching Stalker's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share this video. All that fun social media stuff. And if you want to support the channel, check out my Patreon, where you can find all kinds of awesome rewards. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! Switchblade is an action puzzle platformer launched for 8-bit and 16-bit computers. Recently, however, Pico Interactive bought the rights to the game and developed a physical port for the Sega Genesis, which is how I'm playing this. The game was created by Simon Phipps, the same developer behind the Rick Dangerous titles, which, although they've been largely forgotten today, the Rick Dangerous games were some of my favorite MS-DOS platformers back in the day. And it's my understanding he even designed the cover art for this title. Speaking of which, the game comes in a Sega Genesis style box, and I gotta say, I really like this cover. I think this is the first time I can say I genuinely like a Pico Interactive cover without any caveats. The colors reflect that of the game, the poses are dynamic, and I really dig the enemy design as well as that of your character. And that makes sense too, because like previously said, Simon Phipps designed the cover himself. This is definitely a big upgrade over the original cover design used for the 8-bit and 16-bit computer originals. On the back of the box we get some basic descriptions of the game and a few screenshots. Unlike other recent Pico releases, this game only has one cover, so there's no alternate cover to choose from. I would have liked to have seen the original cover as an alternate option. But that's okay, because I feel they really got it right with this one. Inside, we find the cartridge and a full color manual. I genuinely like this manual, but I was a little sad to see it wasn't as concept art rich as previous Pico releases. If I had to guess, I'd wager there wasn't much concept art from the original game at all. In fact, all of the item and enemy designs here seem to be scans from rough sketches done on paper. likely, this was all the original concept art created back in 1989. The manual does end with another of these sketches, as well as the original game cover, which is a pretty nice nod. With that said, while reading it through, I did find the occasional spelling mistake. Nothing too egregious, but if you look, they're definitely there. The cartridge is par for the course with past Pico releases. The plastic has a nice, smooth quality and it feels well built. It's not completely similar to official Sega Mega Drive cartridges though, as the sticker placement is a bit longer than original carts. In my past reviews, I've had people asking me to open the cartridges and check what's inside. So, here we are, I guess. I have no idea what I'm looking at, so maybe someone in the comment section can leave us with some insights regarding the cartridge itself. Overall, this is a pretty nice packaging, with a good quality cover, case, cartridge. I don't really like how the manual has a few spelling mistakes, but it's not a deal breaker or anything. Booting up the game, you get a small introduction detailing the story before you're finally off to save the world. I will say, it's kind of neat how the art style was basically a Western artist from the 90s trying to reproduce anime aesthetics from the 80s. So you get this odd but unique mismatch of styles, which wasn't all that common back in the day. I mean, sure, they became kinda common back in the late 90s and early 2000s, but for the late 80s and early 90s, this was pretty uncommon. The only other example I can think of was likely Turrican. Anyway, you control Hero on his quest to infiltrate an enemy base, collect the pieces of a magical fire sword, and kill the big bad guy. To do this, you'll mostly fight, jump, and collect power-ups. But instead of being a fast-paced action platformer, Switchblade is all about taking your time and assessing the situation, much like Rick Dangerous 2, which also happens to be my favorite in the Rick Dangerous games. You might also notice that Switchblade isn't winning any awards for best Sega Genesis graphics. But this is something I can't really blame this port for. As previously mentioned, the game was originally created for the Atari ST, which in of itself is a much weaker system graphically than the Mega Drive. Additionally, it was also developed with the ZX Spectrum, Amstrad CPC, and Commodore 64 ports in mind. So it's understandable that something that had to run on this likely isn't pushing any new grounds when running on the Mega Drive. Now, up to this point, the most graphically impressive version of Switchblade was the Amiga port, or possibly the Atari Jaguar version, which was recently launched by Pico. Interestingly enough, it seems this Sega Genesis port is actually the most graphically impressive, as it's the only one to feature parallax scrolling at the beginning of the game, as well as helicopters in the background, none of which can be found on the Amiga or Jaguar ports. There's also a few other minor graphical improvements here and there, but for the most part, once you enter the enemy facility, something which happens within the first few minutes of the game, the Amiga, Jaguar, and Sega Genesis ports will all look virtually the same. Yes, with the exception of the first few screens, where you're outside, the entire game will look like this. Basically, warehouses, grey walls, grey columns, wooden boxes, that sort of thing. Additionally, you might notice that there's no scrolling in this game. Essentially, because Switchblade was created for the Atari ST and that system had no scrolling, this game is entirely comprised of a series of interconnected screens. Anyway, the idea of the game is to explore each series of rooms to pick up power-ups and search for the 16 pieces of the fire sword, which are required to defeat the final boss. Combat is fairly easy, but extremely awkward. Basically, you need to hold the attack button, and the more you charge your attack bar, the more powerful your attack. So far, nothing out of the ordinary. But when you don't have a weapon equipped, each third of the bar will result in a different melee attack. So a weak attack results in a punch, a medium attack in a kick, and a strong attack in a downward kick. Each of these has a different attack range, and sometimes the situation might call for a kick and you end up performing one of the other two, while other times you're taking damage because the only way to hit your foes is with a downward kick. But that requires you to completely charge your bar, which can take some time. This is made even worse by the fact you're not given a grace period when you're hit. So in some cases, you can keep getting hit over and over again with no chance to recover, jump away, or fight back. You'll also be picking up several ranged weapons which have different damage outputs, and some of them can even damage multiple enemies at once. Each weapon has limited ammo, but you can't change between them or even go back to melee whenever you want. Meaning, if you pick up a gun, you'll be using it until the ammo runs out, even if you wanted to save it for later. You'll also find power-ups which can permanently increase your damage bar or charge it faster. Conversely, you might sometimes run into power downs which have the reverse effect. Additionally, if you lose a life, you'll lose your current weapon as well as all your power-ups. What makes the game fun though isn't the combat per se, but rather the exploration and analyzing how to best approach each room. In a sense, this is an evolution of the Jet Set Willy or Fantastic Dizzy formula, where you have an objective, a large set of rooms to explore, and you need to traverse through the various hazards that populate it. Except here, you can actually defend yourself and you have a health bar. It really is fun to explore the enemy base, knocking down walls to reveal secret rooms, and collecting plenty of items that do nothing more than merely increasing your high score. This is a Euro platformer after all. Sure, you'll also find health replenishing items, the aforementioned power-ups, and even a few ladders for extra lives or bonus points. But the real fun of the game is in the exploration. And in that sense, Switchblade for the Sega Genesis is really well made. Although there are no official levels in the game, each series of rooms is capped off with a stronger enemy that is the closest thing you'll find to a boss. To be clear, on some areas you can actually bump into the room with the boss almost immediately, but you can run away and come back once you're better equipped or fight him right there. Even if you do defeat him, you can simply choose to go back and explore the rest of the area for extra points or sword pieces. The game is pretty free-flowing in that regard. But with that said, you might run into a situation where a new area locks you out of the previous one. So you should explore all past rooms before progressing further. Despite this, the game is relatively short. I wasn't able to complete it, but it took me about an hour to get halfway through. With that said, there are no passwords or save points, so if you die, you'll be starting over from the beginning. Another thing to point out is that there are only 3 songs in the entire game. Now, granted, they're good songs, but when you're actually playing the game, you're always listening to the same song on loop, and it can get old after a while. Now, when I originally started playing Switchblade, my copy would randomly boot me to the credits sequence. I reported this to Pico, and the programmer told me this meant the game crashed, as when the game encounters an error, it's programmed to jump to the thank you screen. A little tidbit he picked up from GameHut. But the issue was that my game kept crashing every time I played it. It'd be doing fine, but after about an hour or so, it would crash and I'd lose my entire progress. There were other minor bugs too, like blocks or enemies randomly disappearing, and sometimes enemies would spawn in odd locations. Thankfully, Pico sent me a patched cartridge, and after using this new version, I can confirm the game never crashed on me again. Objection! Okay, so this was the part where I was going to say the new version did not have any crashes. And that's what I thought. I recorded all the footage for this video, I didn't find any crashes, and then just as I was about to make the final editing pass on the video, the game crashed. And I went back to it, I started playing it again, and the game crashed again, and again, and again. So basically I had 4 crashes in the span of an hour. And it's not like the new cartridge didn't have any bugs either. I did find some serious bugs as well. Like at one point the room didn't load, and at another point the information of the room loaded completely wrong. So I'm doing this part completely unscripted, and it's basically a last minute addendum to the video. But basically what I mean is, the game is broken. This game it's broken. I can't recommend it like this. I want to like it. I mean, I like Switchblade. I enjoy the game, but I can't recommend a broken product. I know that Pico Interactive has its fair share of detractors. Some people don't like the high prices, the quality of the cartridges. Some people have even stated that the cartridges can damage your console, which I'm not a techie guy, so I have no idea if it's true or not. But enough people who understand about the issue have come forward about this. On my end, I never liked how the games, how the manuals have typos, how the cartridge itself has a typo on the mold. I never really liked the covers either, but these were minor issues. But having a broken product, one that is expensive, like I bought the game. The game cost me $40, plus shipping from the United States to Portugal, and that's not a cheap shipping, it's expensive. So this brings out a lot of questions or a lot of doubts I have with Pico. You see, all of their games up to this point, they were basically already ROMs that existed online, and they bought the rights, and then, put it on a cartridge. But this was a new game. They took an Amiga game, they hired an outside developer, and then had that developer port the game to the Mega Drive. But the issue is, I don't feel this game was tested, or at least was tested enough. I've worked in the game industry for 3 years, give or take, and I know that testing a game is really difficult because you have to intentionally break the game. You have to push the game to its limits. And I didn't do that while playing Switchblade, I was just playing it normally, but I kept running into issues with both versions of the cartridge. And the worst part is, it casts a doubt on whether or not I should buy future Pico products, because if they're going to port Switchblade 2 or Rick Dangerous or anything else, how do I know this won't have the same porting issues? And the issue is, I want to support them. I want to see some Amiga RPG games on the Mega Drive. I want to see the Ishar trilogy, for example. But would I support them like this? I want to support them. I try to be positive in my videos, but the game is broken. This game is broken, and I can't recommend it. I was going to give it a positive video, it was going to be a cautious recommendation, but I can't anymore. It's broken. I'm sorry. So, no. I guess that's it. A big thank you to Bitmap Bureau for sending a physical review copy of Xenocrisis to the channel. Xenocrisis is a new Sega Mega Drive game launched in 2019. The game originally began as a Kickstarter project by Bitmap Bureau. Basically, a few years ago, they joined the Game Jam, in which they created the Mega Drive game in just 48 hours. This was a small proof of concept demo that had about 5 minutes of gameplay, but the ROM itself was compatible with every Sega Genesis emulator I've tried. Now that they've built the necessary experience, they wanted to release a full game for the console, creating a Kickstarter seeking $25,000, but where they surpassed their objective by reaching $93,000, resulting in stretch goals like a PS4, Xbox One, GOG, and Steam ports, and even a Neo Geo version. Now that's impressive. At its heart, Xenocrisis is a twin-stick shooter in the vein of Smash TV, a genre which typically never did too well for the Sega Mega Drive, mostly due to controller limitations. Ask any 16-bit fan out there which port of Smash TV they'd like to play, and most will reply the Super Nintendo version because it's easier to control. But before we get into that, I was a Kickstarter backer for the game, and I asked for the Japanese style packaging, simply because I prefer how the box art and cartridge look here. I think the art style in the cover completely suits the Japanese characters over it, giving it a perfect B-movie feel. The flip side is that I can't read any of the text here. Now, if for some reason you don't like the standard Japanese Mega Drive cover, well, first of all, man, I don't even know you anymore. But you can also take out the cover and reverse it for the blue spine card thingy. Inside, we find a pretty cool art card, the manual, and the game itself. The manual looks cool with high quality paper and color images, but it's all in Japanese. Whoops. As for the cartridge, it looks perfect. It really looks just like the real thing. The texture, the feel, and the way it doesn't fit my European Mega Drive. Fuck. Thankfully, I contacted Bitmap Bureau and they were kind enough to send me a PAL copy of the game, which I feel is similar to the Japanese cover, but I have to admit I preferred the way the Japanese text fit over the original image. Oh, and you also get a reversible cover for the PAL version as well. Though, once again, I'm not a big fan of the blue spine. At least now, the manual is in English, so there's definitely that. Finally, comparing the cartridges, I can tell Bitmap Studios likely use the same manufacturer as Tanglewood and Tanzer, meaning this is a really high quality shell that in many ways I feel surpasses the original Sega cartridges. Overall, this is a pretty impressive packaging. Booting up the game, you're quickly brought to an introduction cutscene detailing the story. I have to say, I'm not that into the art style used in these cutscenes. But I do love the bold colors chosen, which help bring them to life. As for the plot itself, it's really nothing special. But then again, does the game really need one? But with that said, the cutscenes are all easy to skip, so I'd still rather have them than not have them. You're then brought to the main menu, where you can pick between one of two characters. You'd think they were just different skins, but they've actually got different stats which suit alternate playstyles. Though you can also select a different color scheme for each character. Generally speaking, the male character is slower but more powerful, whereas the female soldier causes less damage but is faster and nimbler. I generally tend to prefer the faster characters in these sort of games, so you'll mostly be seeing me playing as her. Anyway, as previously said, Xenocrisis is a twin-stick shooter, and right off the bat, it creates a good impression with some high production values for the system it's on. Not just with the aforementioned cutscenes, which, yes, the art style isn't my thing, but the mere fact they exist is impressive in of itself, but also due to how the game looks. There's a great use of color, smooth animations, and it's not uncommon to see the screen filled with enemies and bullets, with the console never flickering or slowing down. Not to mention the highly impressive giant bosses. There's no doubt about it, this game absolutely looks the part. Where I tend to struggle though are the controls. It's possible that over the years I've been spoiled with the dual analog or keyboard and mouse combos. But man, the Sega Genesis controller is so not made for this. I'm using an official Sega 6-button controller. But regardless of which setup you use, playing this game with a Mega Drive controller is definitely not a smooth experience. Basically, each button on the controller aims at a cardinal direction, and you can press a combination of said buttons to shoot diagonally. The best way I can describe it is, imagine as if there was a second D-pad on the right side of your controller, and that's basically what you get here. To be fair, I'm not blaming the developers for this. It really is a limitation of the controller, and their solution for this is a good one on paper. But despite that, I had quite a bit of trouble adapting. I often found myself shooting in the wrong direction or waiting a few seconds to think which button is the right one before shooting, which in a game like this can be fatal. And that's a shame too, because the gameplay itself is extremely satisfying. It feels so good mowing down hordes of aliens, hearing their sounds as you defeat them by the dozen and empty your ammo clips on them. Each level is semi-randomly generated. What I mean is, the enemy types, room decorations, and challenges will all be the same. But the number of rooms you need to clear, the level design of said rooms, which enemies appear when and in what numbers they appear, is random with each new playthrough, which helps keep the gameplay fresh. As you mow down enemies, you'll also pick up new weapons and medpacks for your character. I should point out that every weapon has limited ammo, including the one you start with, meaning it's not a good idea to keep shooting left and right without actually aiming. If you run out of ammo, your character will perform a melee attack, which is decently powerful and triggers automatically when in close proximity to an enemy. But I wouldn't really rely on your melee attacks. I found it can be a bit random whenever it chooses to activate, and its refire rate leaves a lot to be desired. I think I would have preferred if there were a button assigned to melee attacks. But then again, not having this as a feature was probably planned to increase the challenge. Luckily, when you start running low on ammo, new ammo pickups will automatically appear, giving you time to replenish your ammo before you completely run out. Additionally, your character also has a roll feature, which when used will make you invulnerable, so you're kind of expected to use and abuse this mechanic. The hard part is that shooting will automatically cancel your roll, so there were a few times where I got myself killed because I started shooting too early, making myself vulnerable in the process. Finally, you also have grenades, which you can throw at any time to dispatch a group of enemies and destroy enemy bullets. They were useful against bosses and stationary foes, but I rarely found myself using them against regular hordes of enemies, as the grenades take too long to explode. Other than health and ammo pickups, you'll also get keycards, which are used to open doors that help you progress through the level, as well as dog tags. The dog tags are then used to permanently upgrade your character, giving you upgrades that range from more hit points, more powerful hits, more grenades, that sort of thing. And each character will have different maximum upgrade levels for each tier. One difference between the Mega Drive version and the modern ports is that the Sega Genesis version hides various important elements like your health, ammo, and number of dog tags in your inventory until the game considers it's a useful time to show them. So, for example, you'll only know how many hit points you have once you've been hit or once you pick up a health kit. The same goes for grenades and ammo. On the modern ports, borders were added that permanently display how many items you have. I'm assuming they did this to maximize the gameplay window for the small Sega Mega Drive resolution. But at times, it can be easy to forget how much you have of what. As you progress through each level, you unlock new cutscenes. And though I won't spoil you the story, there are a total of 3 endings. The worst of which will always unlock if you use a continue when playing the game. But this was something of a controversial decision on the developer's side. Basically, this game is super difficult. And yes, I know, games were extremely difficult back then. But I feel at times the difficulty spikes feel inconsistent. For example, the boss of the first level looks awesome, but is actually harder than the second level boss. It's not so much of an attack pattern problem as it is the fact that he's a damage sponge, made all the worse by the fact that you can't buy any upgrades until you reach level 2, so you'll always fight him at your weakest. If the developers had cut his health by 20%, it would have made it for a much more accessible boss fight, and it wouldn't have felt more difficult than some of the bosses you fight later. Additionally, there are times when you'll die due to questionable hit detection, and you'll also find the occasional graphical glitch. But all of this would have likely been forgiven by gamers if it weren't for the way the bad ending was executed. Basically, when you reach the final boss, this happens. Yeah, that's kind of a slap in the face there. Look, I get it. I get what the devs are trying to do. But I would have preferred if the final boss had escaped, or if you did beat him, but you then get an alternate ending. But having this, yeah, that's not good. Yeah, not gonna lie, finishing this game with just one credit is near impossible. You're better off trying your luck on Contra instead. Another small issue I have with the game is that 3 of the first 4 levels look too similar to each other. It's not until you reach level 5 that you get some much needed visual variety. And that's a shame too, because like I said, the graphics are incredibly satisfying. The colors, movement, and pixel art are so damn good. And the same goes for the high energy music. I've seen some people, and even a few close personal friends, who were a bit disappointed by Xenocrisis. But while I don't think the game is perfect, I for one really enjoyed my time with the game. Overall, Xenocrisis is a great game that will frustrate and infuriate you. The gameplay is fast and, best of all, satisfying. The graphics are amazing, the sound is amazing, and the gameplay is really addicting. I do think it could stand to be a bit easier or more forgiving. But hey, that's fine. No game is perfect. If you want to buy Xenocrisis, you can get it digitally on all modern consoles and systems. Or you can order a physical edition on Bitmap Bureau's website. And I for one say, go check it out. Hey everyone, thank you for watching Stalker's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment, subscribe and share this video. All that fun social media stuff. And if you want to support the channel, check out my Patreon, where you can find all kinds of awesome rewards. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! L'Abbaye des Morts, or The Abbey of the Dead in English, is an indie game for the ZX Spectrum, which was then ported to several systems, including the Mega Drive. The game was created by the same developer behind Maldita Castilla, which is a modern release inspired by Capcom's Ghouls and Ghosts. I'll admit I've had some trouble finding a timeline for L'Abbaye des Morts, but best I can tell, it originally began as a PC indie game, developed to more or less simulate a ZX Spectrum, before eventually receiving a port for that very same 8-bit computer and a few other systems, including the Commodore 64, Intellivision, and now the Sega Mega Drive. What's cool here is that the Mega Drive game actually gives you all 7 different versions to play in just one cartridge. Meaning, you can play the 16-bit version of L'Abbaye des Morts, or you can use a menu to switch up the sound and graphics and play the ZX Spectrum, Commodore 64, Amstrad PCW, MSX, CGA, and Game Boy versions. I have honestly never seen any Sega Genesis game do this before. But before we delve deeper into this, The game comes in a pretty awesome collector's edition. I should point out that I own the collector's edition of the game by Play on Retro. I know the game is available on other stores, but as I understand it, this is as close as you're going to get to an official release. I should also point out that their website doesn't actually list the game. Instead, if you want to get La Baie des Morts, you'll have to email them and either ask for the regular or collector's edition. I'm just lucky they were more than happy to sell me the collector's edition at a heavily discounted price because I was going to review it. Anyway, the game comes in an embossed cardboard box. I have to admit, the cardboard feels a tad too flimsy for my taste, but the embossed bits do feel rather nice to the touch. Releasing the latch and opening it reveals a poster which, I don't know, not a big fan of the art on this one. The design seems overly digital to my taste. A sealed letter, as in an actual letter sealed with hot wax which was then stamped on. I am at a loss for words. This is one of the best things I've ever seen in a collector's edition. I'm sorry, but this is just amazing, because you can feel something heavy inside, and now I'm left with a dilemma if I should open it and break the awesome seal, or just leave it unopened for all eternity. And the paper feels rather nice too. It feels old and rough to the touch, as an old letter should feel. You'd think I'd hate the uncertainty of whether or not I should actually open the letter. But I actually don't. It really helps making your collector's edition feel that much more unique. In the end, I chose to take a pair of scissors and carefully cut the letter from the top, so as to preserve the seal to reveal a map of the abbey inside. And I really like this map. It looks as if it's been used and partially burned, which I like. But I also like how the enemies on the map look like a mix of pixelated graphics and old-time drawings. I'm actually loving this. I also got this little Mega Drive keychain, but I'm actually pretty certain this was a neat little extra the publisher sent me and is not actually part of the collector's edition. And that's nice of them. And finally, we have the game itself. Now, I'm going to assume that if you get the regular edition, you're only going to get what's inside this box. But I'd still email Play on Retro to be sure. Once again, I'm not a big fan of the box art. Like the poster itself, the art feels overly digital. It kinda reminds me of those ugly mid-90s Sega Saturn box covers for titles like Story of Thor 2 or Panzer Dragoon. On the back of the box, you have a few screenshots of the various versions and a short description of the game in Spanish and English. Though I should point out, there are a few spelling mistakes here, like escaping instead of escaping. Now, as I mentioned before, I'm not a fan of the cover. But the cool thing is that the game actually has a reversible cover. So if you're like me and don't like the standard art, you can just switch it out for this one. Which I'm still not a fan of, but I do like it a bit more than the alternative. Inside the box, we find a postcard with a thank you note written by hand, and it actually specifies my first name. And I gotta say, I really like they took the time to write a personalized thank you note. It really makes the collector's edition feel that much more unique. We also have the manual in some very high quality paper. Not only is it in color, but it also feels like it's trying to simulate a leather-bound book. It tells you a bit of the backstory on the game and how to play it. But you will find the occasional English mistake here and there, so be warned. Still, this is an awesome manual, and my biggest gripe with it isn't the occasional spelling mistake, but rather how it kind of spoils who the final enemy in the game is. I think that's something that should have been kept hidden. And no, I won't tell you what it is. And finally, just to seal the deal, we have the cartridge, which is neatly tucked away in a La Baie des Morts themed pouch. Man, just look at this! Play on Retro really went all out with their edition of the game. As for the cartridge itself, it looks identical to a Pico Interactive cartridge in both plastic quality and design, meaning the space for the sticker is a bit longer than an official cartridge. It even has the same spelling mistake on the back as a regular Pico cartridge. However, unlike a Pico cartridge, La Baie des Morts has these circular screws, meaning I have no way of opening it and checking out the PCB itself. That was a lot of stuff. Sure, I may not like everything about it, but even for a collector's edition, this is impressive stuff, and in my opinion is actually better than many collector's edition for modern AAA games. So yeah, I'm definitely a fan of this packaging. With the exception of the poster and cover art, everything fit the game's theme perfectly. Booting up the game, you're quickly brought to the main menu, where you can pick which of the 7 versions of the game you want to play. You're then told you're a Cathar monk escaping persecution by the Templars. And so the game begins. The first few screens are just you escaping from the Templars, until you enter the titular Abbey of the Dead. Once you're in, this is where the true game begins. In essence, La Baie des Morts plays a lot like most European 8-bit computer platform games of the time, meaning the game doesn't scroll. Instead, you reach the end of the screen and a new one is loaded. You also have no way of defending yourself, so you'll have to dodge any and all enemies you find. Finally, you're free to travel back and forth between screens, solving puzzles as you do so. Basically, if you've ever played Jet Set Willy or the Dizzy series, you generally know what to expect here. Your objective is to collect the 12 crosses scattered across the Abbey and use them to defeat the evil within. However, most sections of the Abbey are closed off, so you'll have to ring bells, turn levers, and solve light puzzles to open them. The thing is, the Abbey itself is pretty small. In fact, I'd say as a whole, the game has about 20 or 30 screens to explore, most of which are pretty easy to get by. Some require a bit of pattern memorization, but overall, I'd say even the hardest ones are just average in difficulty, especially when compared to horrors like, say, the Banyan Tree in Jet Set Willy. Now, it's kind of hard to show game footage for this review, because I kind of don't want to give away how to solve the puzzles, as I feel that's part of the fun with these games. Moreover, the puzzles themselves are pretty easy to figure out, especially considering there are several hints scattered about. The only exception is, in my opinion, the dragon puzzle. Yes, there's a hint for it, but I found it so vague and generic that if I hadn't stumbled into the solution by sheer luck, I probably would have never figured it out. And honestly, that's kind of it. The truth is, there isn't much more to the game itself. Once I memorized where all 12 crosses were and which lever did what, I was able to finish the game in about 20 minutes. I will say, the horror themes are really well done for such a basic game. Exploring the Abbey is cool, but I especially like the eerie vibes it gives you with the secret garden or the tree with the hanging corpses. It made for a really nice Halloween-themed retro game. I mean, I don't really celebrate Halloween, but it ended up being a fitting title for the time frame when I was playing it. Then again, from a technical standpoint, neither the game or graphics will win any awards. But the immersion factor is well played here, and there's even a screen that serves no purpose other than to remind you of how hopeless the situation is for your character. They even named the screen Prayer of Hope, and I like that they took the time to do this. There aren't that many colors, and the soundtrack often employs some very harsh sounding Sega Genesis noises. But what's here is... it's okay, I guess. Really, its biggest distinguishing feature is the ability to switch between game systems. So, let's talk a bit about that. As previously said, you have 7 systems to choose from. For the most part, this review focused on the Mega Drive version, but there are some interesting changes with the other versions. For one thing, this is not emulation. Rather, it's the same engine running with the colors, sprites, and sounds altered so as to simulate the system you chose. And to be fair, for the most part, you're given a pretty close approximation. I can't can't really confirm, but I'm going to assume the colors are not 100% exact though. I mean, the Mega Drive only has 512 colors in its memory, and I find it hard to believe it has the exact same colors as all these other systems. But, like I said, you do get a close approximation. Another example is that you don't get any color bleeding in the ZX Spectrum simulation. Whereas the real ZX Spectrum version of the game, the color of your character would bleed into the scenery. More than just changing the colors though, the gameplay and level design will also slightly shift. Enemies and platform placement might change slightly, as well as your walking speed or that of your foes. So for example, in this area, you can simply jump onto these platforms here and ring the bell. But in the Game Boy version, you have to go to the next screen and hop from platform to platform until you reach the bells. At the gate, some versions will have 2 sets of flying enemies, while others just 1. The game also does a good job at playing with your mind, as some jumps that are completely possible in one version become impossible in another one, changing your optimal path for completing La Baie des Morts. One odd thing I noticed is that the Game Boy and a few other simulations have parallax scrolling for the clouds, which is missing from the Mega Drive one. Instead, the Mega Drive has flying leaves in a few areas, but I'm pretty sure the console could have handled both. I also noticed that changing the console did not change the music, with the exception of the Commodore 64. Basically, if you're playing the Genesis version, the game will sound like this. But if you're playing the Commodore 64 simulation, it sounds like this. Again, I can't really testify as to whether or not it perfectly mimics a Commodore 64, but it sounds like a good approximation. But no other system has this, meaning if you're playing the Game Boy, Amstrad, ZX Spectrum or CGA versions, you'll always get the Genesis music. Which is odd because the ZX Spectrum 128K sound chip was actually really similar to the Master System one, so the potential was clearly there. In fact, games like Shadow of the Beast have the exact same music for both the ZX Spectrum and Master System. So this feels like a missed opportunity. I did like how the Commodore 64 version also reduces the resolution quite a bit, though at times I was left wondering if they didn't go a bit too far into an Atari 2600 look. And that's it for the game. Overall, it didn't take me long to complete the game, and your enjoyment will mostly depend on whether or not you like games like Jet Set Willy and the Fantastic Dizzy series. I seriously love the idea of changing between consoles and computers on the same cartridge. But while the concept is pretty novel, I did feel that at times it wasn't as developed as it could have been. The Commodore 64 simulation was great, but the ZX Spectrum simulation could have used a bit more work if you ask me. If the game interests you, I recommend you check out Play on Retro's website and order either the regular or collector's edition for yourself and give it a try. If nothing else, it's worth it just to say you played a bit of Game Boy on your Mega Drive. Hey everyone, thank you for watching Stika's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share this video. All that fun social media stuff. And if you want to support the channel, check out my Patreon, where you can find all kinds of awesome rewards. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! Canon, The Legend of the New Gods is a strategy RPG released for the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive in 1996. The game only came out in Taiwan and was developed by the same studio who worked on Brave Battle Saga and Water Margin, both of which were surprisingly high quality games, especially considering they were developed without any official dev kits or tools. Well, on April 2019, the game was officially translated into English and released in cartridge format by Pico Interactive, which is how I'm playing this. The game itself is heavily inspired by Shining Force, but with a few key differences which I'll get into in a bit. But before we get there, the game comes in a Sega Genesis style box that accurately mimics the official thing. The box is the same size and shape as the original Mega Drive or Genesis ones, and if placed on a shelf, most people would have a hard time telling it apart from the rest of your collection. I also actually like the cover on this one. I think the colors, weapons, and outfits are nice to look at, and the cover itself grabs your attention right away. The only thing I don't really like are the realistic looking faces. I think I'd prefer something a little more on the fantasy side. Previously, I had issues with the cover art for Pico Interactive's release of Brave Battle Saga, but that's because their realistic looking faces didn't really match with the clearly anime style the game was going for. Here, however, an argument could be made that the sprites are ambiguous enough to allow for both a realistic and anime-like cover. Though I'm fairly certain the developers were most likely aiming for an anime style. Plus, I don't know, the cover kinda reminds me of Suikoden, so I'll guess I'll give it a pass. The cool thing here is that the game actually has a reversible cover, and according to Pico Interactive's founder, Eleazar Galindo, he actually implemented this thanks to a recommendation of mine on YouTube, which is pretty damn cool. And is also the reason why it kills me to say that I don't really like the alternate cover. I understand that it's aiming for a more anime or cartoony look, which is what I wanted, but it just doesn't look that great. Their faces look weird, and the colors and shading look kind of basic. I do think it's a step in the right direction, but I'd recommend Eleazar to change artists. Inside, we find the cartridge and manual. The manual tells you a little bit about the story and characters, as well as explaining the game's basics. It's also adorned with character art from the cover, and it fits the instruction booklet really well. The only weird part is how blurry the sprites are. It's as if someone applied anti-aliasing to the sprites. If I had to guess, I'd say these were resized using GIMP instead of Photoshop. I say this because GIMP has this tendency to apply filters when resizing. Still, that's a small criticism for what essentially is a good manual. Additionally, at this point, I also feel Pico Interactive has perfected their cartridge shell designs as well. The plastic is smooth to the touch and feels exactly the same as an official one. It also doesn't have any of the imperfections of some of the earlier Pico releases, meaning there are no bits of plastic sticking out and the cartridge itself feels quite sturdy. It's not an exact replica from the official thing, as it has that notch on the side which I've mentioned so many times before on indie releases, and the space for the sticker is longer than that of an official cartridge. But overall, it looks pretty good. Finally, during my Brave Battle Saga video, some of you asked me to open the cart and take a look at its components. I'll admit I'm not a tech guy, but here goes I guess. Well, I don't really know what I'm looking at, but I sent pictures to a few friends who have a better understanding of electronics than I do, and here's what they had to say. The cartridge has gold-plated fingers and tapered edge connectors, which is a good thing. It also has a voltage regulator, which should help against voltage spikes. However, this is not enough, and it's likely that there's still some voltage going to the pins. So, without resistors or level shifters, This could be a problem in the future, and maybe even damage the cartridge or the console itself. That was pretty much the feedback I was given, though I should also point out that this isn't the first time this topic has been brought up regarding Pico Interactive cartridges. And the company's founder Eli has addressed this issue in an interview on my channel. I can't really give any comments regarding this, as I'm not educated enough on the subject to have an opinion on it. So I guess I'll leave the decision to you. Overall, this is a nice package. There's no extra frills in it, but it doesn't really need them. I'd rather have a nice, clean package like this one instead of one with stuff like pogs. Booting up the game, Canon, The Legend of the New Gods, tells the story of an emperor who recently found a new wife but becomes bewitched by her. I'm not sure if she's supposed to be human or a spirit. But then again, I have a hard time following the story. See, from what I understand, the story is apparently based on a Chinese epic, and the game generally seems to assume you already know the premise, because plot points are raised and solved quickly, and characters are given very little introduction or personality. So yeah, the story isn't really the reason why you're going to play this. But I did enjoy the gameplay quite a bit. As previously said, this is a strategy RPG in the vein of Shining Force. In fact, that's likely where the game's main inspiration came from, especially considering they both use the same radial menu style. The first few missions are relatively boring and easy, as you can only control one or two characters. But as the plot progresses, your party grows. The game is divided by missions, which range from defeating enemies or bosses, to escorting NPCs, or reach a specific point on the map. Your characters will also gain experience, level up, and acquire new abilities as they become stronger. And throughout the map, you'll run into chests which carry items. These can go from healing items or MP restore items, temporary status boosts, or even permanent upgrades. Before each mission, you can take the time to select who you want to bring into the mission, equip or unequip items from each character's inventory, and check the win or defeat conditions. So all in all, it does seem like the developers put a fair amount of thought into the game. Characters seem to fall into basic warrior, archer, healer, and mage type classes, with a few minor variations. Though I do like the flying characters that can literally fly over any obstacle and attack from any angle. When fighting, characters don't go into a battle screen. Instead, you see the overworld sprites attacking each other, which is a bit of a shame. I know this studio is actually pretty good at creating pixel art. And while we do see some of this when performing magic or doing special attacks, I do feel their efforts went largely to waste considering most of the game has this overworld look. With that said, it is kind of funny how you'll start fighting human soldiers, but soon face off against mythological ancient Chinese monsters like flying ghosts, these harpy-like enemies, and shrimp soldiers. Okay, sure, why not? It's not that the game looks bad. The environments, backgrounds, characters, and animations look fairly good for the system. But after playing Brave Battle Saga, I know the studio could do far better. And it makes me sad that it doesn't have battle screen animations, similar to Fire Emblem or Shining Force. But with that said, I do like the colors, sprites, and attention to detail, like how your sword attack here casts a shadow as you use it. So clearly, there was effort put into the game's graphics. Now, as mentioned before, the first few levels of the game are pretty easy, but as you reach some of the later levels, the difficulty really starts escalating. But mostly for the wrong reasons, as certain stages will keep spawning new enemies onto the map if you're close to certain points. The problem is, you have no way of knowing what these points are until you reach them, and when you do, you need to have a pretty large safe distance from them to avoid the wave of constantly respawning enemies. But this becomes really difficult because some characters will cover more ground than others, while the enemies keep blocking your path or attacking you, and causing some serious damage, I might add. If you're not careful, you run the risk of reaching the absolute absurdity that is the game summoning nearly 10 enemies right next to you, completely decimating your party. At least, when you lose a battle, you get to keep all the experience and items gained. But that soon becomes a small consolation, because the bigger your level difference against the enemies, the less experience you earn from them. Meaning, if you're a few levels above your foe, you'll only gain 1 experience point for killing them. In these situations, the best I could do was to use some area of effect spells and abilities. And again, the menus just really remind me of Shining Force. Occasionally, you'll also run into bosses, and it's here I found an issue with the game's balancing, which was also present in Brave Battle Saga. Basically, you can easily withstand their physical attacks, as they barely cause you any damage. But their spells can nearly insta-kill 1 or more party members. One odd thing is that despite the story never having grabbed me, and generally being pretty confusing, the game has some really long dialogue segments, as well as a world map with a region select screen. The problem is, this select screen is never actually used. It just tells you where you are, but it feels like at one point the developers had the intention of letting you travel back and forth between areas, maybe to farm for items or experience. But it seems like this was never properly finished. Not only that, but sometimes the English text is so big that it goes beyond its intended boundaries. Additionally, there are also a few story points when it looks like the game can't handle having all the NPCs on the map and the text popping up at the same time. So you suddenly see the characters blinking as if they were disappearing. The music is also pretty good. I feel it doesn't quite reach the heights of Brave Battle Saga, but the songs that are here are mostly good, and again, better than several officially released titles. The sound effects are also pretty visceral and satisfying, especially when attacking enemies. The only issue I have with them are the screams your enemies make when you kill them. Running some tests, I also discovered the game uses both the Master System and Sega Genesis sound chips, but just barely. Basically, the Master System is used for menu sound effects and not much else. A bit disappointing, as the music likely could have been better if it had optimized both sound chips a little more. Overall, I enjoyed Canon Legend of the New Gods. It's a pretty decent Shining Force clone, and better than some official strategy RPGs on the console, like Treasure. Seriously, the only thing Treasure has going for it is the overworld theme in Chapter 1. Now that's good bass. A shame the rest of the game sucks though. Canon, on the other hand, is a good game. If you already completed Langrisser and the Shining Force games, and you're looking for a pretty good but not great strategy RPG for your Sega Genesis or Mega Drive, you could do far worse than Canon Legend of the New Gods. Hey everyone, thank you for watching Stika's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share this video. All that fun social media stuff. And if you want to support the channel, check out my Patreon, where you'll find all kinds of awesome rewards. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! Tanglewood is a new game released for the Sega Mega Drive or Sega Genesis in 2018. The game was originally funded through Kickstarter, amassing just over £54,000, which roughly converts to €60,000 and $66,000. There was quite a lot of hype surrounding this little title during the development phase. I remember seeing the creator giving a few interviews for several YouTube channels, including my own and even the BBC. Now that's pretty impressive. I've been meaning to review this game for a while now, but things kept getting in the way. But now that I've completed Tanglewood, I can finally give my proper review on it, starting with the packaging. The game comes in a box that perfectly mimics the original Sega Mega Drive cases. Boxes are the exact same size and shape as the official thing, and if you put it on a shelf with the rest of your Mega Drive or Sega Genesis games, people are not going to notice it's not an official title unless you tell them, or unless they have a keen eye and see that it never actually uses the words Sega, Mega Drive, or Genesis. I should also point out there's a collector's edition of the game for Kickstarter backers, but I actually bought my copy from the Tanglewood website, which only lists the regular edition. The box art, which was drawn by Luis Martins, the art director behind Paprium, is quite appealing. I love the colors chosen, and it accurately conveys the feeling of helplessness from the game. My only issue with this artwork is that it's clearly modern, whereas old Mega Drive or Sega Genesis covers had a more of a hand-drawn kind of feel. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, mind you. It just means the cover sticks out a bit. But I can't deny that this is a good-looking cover that captures the theme and mood of the game, something which I felt was kind of missing from Tanzer's cover. When opening the box, there's a Big Evil Corporation seal on the front cover, which I've since removed but glued to the inside of the box so as to not lose it. In fact, when it comes to branding and extra goodies, Big Evil Corporation really went all out. Inside, the box once again mimics that of the originals, including a cartridge slot that can perfectly hold your original Sega games. I did notice the Sega dress on the inside was removed and nothing was added on the inside to replace it. But that's just me being nitpicky. Inside, we find the manual and the Tanglewood themed postcard. Apparently, there are 10 of these, each with a different scene from the game. I'm not sure what the others look like, but I definitely can't complain about this one, as I find the colors, shadows, and pixel graphics very appealing. The manual is in full color and it mimics a European-style instruction booklet. This means that it has a horizontal VCR-style setup, and most of the information here is pretty minimalistic. As far as I know, there's no American or Sega Genesis variant of the box or documentation, meaning that if you live in the US, you're still going to get the European variant. I like how it even has a page dedicated to handling your cartridge and turning on your console just like the originals did. It's a neat little nod, especially considering we all know how everyone who bought this game is a hardcore Sega nerd. Regardless, I do like the color screenshots and the color sprites adorning the pages. Even the box in which the game shipped in came with a few Big Evil Corporation stickers, which I've kept because that's just the kind of lunatic I am. The cartridge seems to have come from the same factory as Tanzer, or at least it's using the same mold and high quality plastic, which feels just like an original Mega Drive cartridge. But there are a few noticeable improvements though. The first is that unlike Tanzer, the cartridge doesn't rattle when I shake it. Everything is tightly fit into place. Again, I could have just gotten a bad batch with my Tanzer cart. But then again, the game worked fine for me, so no big deal. The second improvement is that on the back of the cartridge, we get the Big Evil Corporation logo, which again mimics the official cartridges, whereas Tanzer just had an empty groove. And just like Tanzer, the cartridge looks very similar to the official ones, with the exception of this hole on the left, which, just like I've said in my previous video, has become something of a telltale sign that you're playing a reproduction or a modern release. I've actually spoken to a few developers about this, and apparently this was done to ensure compatibility with Japanese Mega Drives, as that particular variant has a bit of plastic that comes out to hold the cartridge down when you're playing a game. So this way, the developers can manufacture a single cartridge design that is compatible with every Sega Genesis or Mega Drive model. Overall, this is a high quality packaging, with a few nice extras thrown in. In that sense, it reminds me of Watermelon's Pure Solar, except the plastic for the Tanglewood cartridge is of a higher quality. Tanglewood starts with a strange beam of light appearing before your character and changing into a monster. I'm not sure why, but this motivates your character to essentially follow in its path. From here on out, you can jump, push and pull items, and gain temporary power-ups which will aid you in your quest. The game is a puzzle platformer in the vein of Flashback, Prince of Persia, or The Lost Vikings. But there's something about Tanglewood that makes it unique to the Sega Genesis, and that is that it uses modern game design sensibilities. Yes, by now, I've reviewed several modern Sega Genesis releases, like Water Margin, Generals of the Yang Family, Brave Battle Saga, and Tanzer. But the difference is that all of those games try to replicate game design philosophies from the early to mid-90s. But Tanglewood plays and feels like a modern game. By that I mean that the game and level design feel like something you'd expect from a modern system. For example, a lot of old school puzzle platformers had a level reset option because it was easy for the player to make a mistake and get stuck in an unwinnable situation, while other games relied a bit too heavily on instant death traps which sent you back to the beginning of the level, requiring you to start over from the beginning. But Tanglewood streamlines the experience by ensuring you'll never find yourself in an unwinnable situation. This means you can never drag, push, or activate items in a way that will leave you in a zombie status. Additionally, most levels will have one or more checkpoints so that you don't have to redo past puzzles. In fact, throughout my whole experience with Tanglewood, I always sort of felt an invisible hand guiding me, something which was never really there in classic games. Generally, I'm not that great at puzzle platformers, and it's not uncommon for me to check out guides when playing games like Limbo or Braid. But Tanglewood has everything set up in a way where it basically stops you from going forward if you're doing something wrong. This means you won't be able to drag boxes, items or creatures any further, or that you won't be able to reach that jump without first finding something to jump from, or having the correct power-up you can use. This basically meant that I was able to complete Tanglewood without ever looking up a guide. And that's fine by me. While I do enjoy puzzle platformers, I'm really just a casual fan at best, and I never felt this title demanded more from me than I could give. Think of it this way: if you're the kind of player who gets frustrated while playing Limbo, or if you get stuck too often while playing it, you're probably going to enjoy the accessible difficulty curve Tanglewood offers. On the other hand, if you like the challenge and you're looking for complicated puzzles that will test your logic, then this is probably not for you. Another cool thing the game does is give you a sense of progression. Throughout the game, you'll encounter these cute fuzzy balls, and you're supposed to roll them on their nests before you can use their powers. Their powers range from floating while jumping, to riding enemies, running machines, and even stopping time, which is awesome! Each power is color-coded so you know which fuzzy ball does what. And it's cool how every game mechanic is silently introduced to you through gameplay. Before, you're expected to master them and know when and how to use them. And the same goes for the plot. Yes! This 16-bit game has a plot despite not having a single line of dialogue. Again, another quirk of modern game design from games like Limbo. Although, I guess you could say it also draws a bit from Sonic 3 plus Knuckles in that regard. But it is cool how the first levels serve to introduce you to the gameplay, while the following chapters will slowly reveal more about the plot, as you go from forests and mountains to what seems to be ruins of an ancient civilization. Heck, halfway through the game, you even find a second fox friend who then starts following you, and its presence completely changes the gameplay. Suddenly, you're expected to double team with it, to traverse through the levels, and this is actually really well handled. Sometimes you have to jump off of each other's backs to reach higher platforms, or carry it on your shoulders through bodies of water because it's afraid of it. On the other hand, your friend can crawl through spaces you can't, to push buttons as well as pull or drag items and boxes to help you progress. What surprises me though is how well handled the AI is. Most of the time, it always knew what to push, drag or press, and it did it with very few flaws. Occasionally, the other fox would lag behind and I had to call it. And this one time, I died because the AI apparently forgot to push an important item onto the correct path. But these were very few and far between. In fact, it's amazing how well the AI works in this game, especially considering the hardware it's running on. If anything, my biggest gripe with the second fox is how inconsistent its death trigger was. Basically, if you're spread too far apart, this ghost will pop up and kill it, prompting a game over. But sometimes, you need to be quite far from it to progress through each level, and nothing happens. While other times, you weren't really all that far away, and I still died. I also didn't like how some jumps felt like a leap of faith, leading to some very cheap deaths. Additionally, there were a few other minor technical problems with the game, like how in Chapter 2, Level 2, there was this bug where the jump button would also pause the game before resetting it. It happened a couple of times, and it was always in this one level. I also noticed that occasionally the sprites would glitch up for like half a second. It's a small issue, but it's there. I also noticed some garbage data pops up when you're in the water. This happens because the water is changing the game's color palette for that portion of the screen. And to be fair, this issue is not exclusive to Tanglewood. Sonic 1 actually suffers from this as well, but Sega added water ripple effects to hide this, whereas they're pretty noticeable on Tanglewood. In fact, I generally feel the graphics are pretty average for the system. The sprite animations are fine, but the backgrounds are often just a single layer with no animation. It's especially noticeable in the mine levels, where you see light sources in the background, but they're just static images. A little wave or flickering lights could have made all the difference. With that said, there were occasional glimpses of brilliance and attention to detail, especially in the first chapter, where you see leaves gently falling down. And if you use the time slowdown power, the leaves will also move at a slower rate. Or this chapter, which is played completely in shadows. And I'm pretty sure this is a reference to Abe's Odyssey for the PS1. If I had to guess, I'd say the reason why the graphics are mostly average is related to how massive each level is. But again, that's just my guess. The game is also pretty minimalistic with the music and sound effects. You get a full song when you start or complete the game, and during a few key events. But for the most part, all you get are a few jingles, followed by muted sound effects. In fact, here's how most of the game sounds. With that said, running a few tests, I did find that both the Sega Genesis and Master System sound chips are used. Though, as you might expect, the latter only gets marginal use. Let's listen to the game running with only the Sega Genesis sound chip. And now, let's listen to the game with only the Master System sound chip turned on. As you might expect, even though the Master System sound chip is used, it doesn't get a lot of playtime. And that's pretty much it. You can also collect fireflies, which are set to unlock an alternate ending. But there are a lot of them to collect. And look, I tried, okay? I tried, but I always kept missing some. Overall, Tanglewood is a truly unique Sega Mega Drive game. Sure, the console has games like Flashback, Prince of Persia, and The Lost Vikings. But a focus on modern game design helps set Tanglewood apart from other 16-bit entries. These days, it's become the norm to see new games which mimic ideas and game design concepts of classic titles on the Sega Genesis, or games which try to push the system's graphical limitations. But what we haven't been seeing is a modern approach to old hardware, and in that regard, Tanglewood sets itself apart from the rest. If you're interested in buying the game, you can get the physical release from tanglewoodgame.com or buy a digital copy from Steam or GOG.com. And personally, it's a game which I highly recommend. Hey everyone, thank you for watching Stalker's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share this video. All that fun social media stuff. And if you want to support the channel, check out my Patreon, where you'll find all kinds of awesome rewards. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! Be sure to use the code STICA at the MegaCat Studio store to save on shipping when ordering Tanzer. Tanzer is a new game released for the Sega Genesis in February 2019. Inspired by games like Strider for the Mega Drive and Hagane for the Super Nintendo, it gained a life of its own and became its own project that feels very different from the games I just mentioned. If you've been following my channel for a while, the game might be familiar for you, as I did a live stream of an early beta build of Tanzer with the lead developer. Well, he liked the live stream so much, he even sent me a review copy of the game. Not only that, but he even told me that he reviewed the gameplay I did during the live stream several times, and implemented a few changes to the level design because of how I first approached each challenge in the game. Now that's pretty awesome. I've never had direct influence in changing a video game before, so I'm glad it finally happened. What's even more awesome is that the game originally began as a Kickstarter project in May 2018 and was fully funded with roughly $15,000, with the full game receiving a physical launch less than a year later. Considering how quickly and cheaply the game was made, it's astounding how good Tanzer is. I can think of one Mega Drive developer that could stand to learn a thing or two from Tanzer's development. And to make things even better, the game was originally only going to be launched physically for Kickstarter backers. But thanks to fan demand, he joined forces with Mega Cat Studios, the same developer who did Coffee Crisis, a game which I should probably review at some point by the way, to release a physical copy of Tanzer. I should also point out that this means there are effectively two physical versions of the game out there, the Kickstarter release and the Mega Cat Studios edition. My copy was sent to me by the game's developer Michael Tillander, meaning mine is a Kickstarter release even though I didn't back the game, which was a really cool thing for Michael to do. From what I've seen though, both releases are identical except the Mega Cat Studios edition mimics the later Sega Genesis / Mega Drive releases by adding either a blue or red strip on the side and their logo. And even though Mega Cat Studios didn't send me the game, they were kind enough to supply me with a code to share with all of you, which lets you save on shipping if you order Tanzer. Considering how small my YouTube channel is, I have to say I'm pretty humbled by the support I'm getting. But that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to see how good the game is and whether or not it's worth picking up. And what better way to start than taking a look at its packaging. Now, as mentioned before, mine is a Kickstarter edition, but Mega Cat Studios actually handled the physical production for both versions, meaning they are exactly the same, save for a slight difference in the cover. The game comes in a PAL Sega Mega Drive style box, featuring a design inspired by early console releases. Mega Cat Studios' version lets you pick between a Sega Genesis or Mega Drive versions, though these are modeled after the late-gen official releases. Boxes are the exact same size and length as the official releases, and look good enough to be displayed on a shelf with your official games. In fact, if it weren't for the slightly altered Mega Drive logos, this could have easily passed for an official 90s release. But sadly, developers can't use the official Sega Mega Drive template due to legal reasons. I will say I'm not really a fan of the cover. The main character art is fine, but I'm not really feeling the background or the enemy design. I know this is an artist's rendition of the first level, but it just really doesn't do it for me. Not to mention, there are way better enemy and level designs in the game than the one they went with. The back of the box sports a few more noticeable differences than the front cover, as the lack of a grid and alternate logos clearly make Tanzer stand apart. There's also something a bit weird with the screenshots. They all seem to have a white filter on the top left corner, and I'm not sure why. None of my official Mega Drive releases have this, so I don't know why they went with this design choice. Inside, we find a vertical manual, which is a clear upgrade from the VCR-styled manuals of the time. It tells a little bit of the backstory, though, like the game itself, it's pretty sparse on the details. It does a good job at explaining Tanzer's rules, but I do feel it could have used some concept art to embellish it. I mean, what few screenshots there are look fine and are in high quality, but with so few pages, I feel a little more eye candy would have been nice. With that said, there are a few gameplay mechanics which aren't covered in the manual, more on that later. The inside of the box looks like an almost exact replica of the official thing, save for a few grooves on the cartridge holder and the Mega Cat Studios logo. As for the cartridge, it looks really close to the real thing, although it has a small hole or groove on the left-hand side, which at this point has become a telltale sign of it being an unofficial release. One thing that worries me a little bit is how loose the PCB is on the inside. Here, take a listen for yourself. This is something that doesn't happen with official releases or even unofficial ones like Tanglewood. Speaking of Tanglewood, I'm pretty sure these came from the same factory or are at least using the same mold. Comparing the Tanzer, Pierce Solar, Grave Battle Saga, Water Margin and Tanglewood cartridges produces some interesting results. Water Margin, which was an early Pico release, is definitely the roughest one out of the group. The plastic feels coarse, with a few small bits of plastic sticking out. Pierce Solar's cartridge feels a bit softer and higher quality than Water Margin, but not quite up to the level of the other games, as the plastic still feels a little bit rough. Then we have Tanzer, Tanglewood, and a more modern Pico release like Brave Battle Saga. Visually, they're very similar, though Brave Battle Saga's sticker space is a bit wider and longer, filling the cartridge almost completely. On the back, they look nearly the same, with the exception that Pico Interactive uses different screws and has no groove for a company logo. Tanglewood features a logo for Big Evil Corporation, and Tanzer left this space blank. Additionally, these cartridges feel exactly the same to the touch, sporting a smooth, high-quality plastic that accurately mimics the official releases. It's pretty clear we're seeing some really high-quality cartridge reproductions, and Tanzer does not disappoint in this regard. Overall, I'm quite happy with the physical release, though I do wish my PCB didn't shake, but it's possible I might have drawn the short straw on this one. Booting up the game, you're presented with an intro screen which, I don't quite get it. I mean, the main character looks cool and all, and I know she's supposed to be a dancer. Yes, that's a she, by the way. But I feel the background colors and icon on the back are a bit on the odd side. Maybe it's supposed to be pushing the console's color limitations or the animation limitations, but I can't really tell. In the options menu, you can choose to slightly improve the graphics by adding gold pickup animations and making the weather effects more noticeable. The differences are pretty minimal though, and I really don't know why you'd want these turned off. And finally, you're good to go. Anyway, the game plays unlike any title for the Mega Drive I've ever seen. At first glance, it's reminiscent of Strider, which makes sense, as Strider and Hagane for the Super Nintendo were the main inspirations behind Tanzer. But those games also rely heavily on platforming, whereas Tanzer has very little of that. Yes, you'll find the occasional environmental hazards, but for the most part, you only really have to run to the right. What sets the game apart is the sheer, insane amount of enemies that are constantly being thrown at the screen. In fact, you're often so overwhelmed and they'll fire so many shots at you, it ends up feeling like a shmup. The more I think about it, the more it feels like Tanzer is Strider if Strider were a shmup. Now, while it's true that the game is always throwing enemies at you, it's also pretty forgiving in several areas. For one thing, you can touch most enemies and they won't hurt you. Instead, it's their shots or the environmental hazards you should be concerned with. Moreover, your sword is able to dispatch most enemies in 1 or 2 hits. You'll bump into more durable enemies, but thankfully, you can just keep hacking away at them by holding the attack button. This way, your high rate of fire should make short work of even the larger foes. Your character is also extremely fast and mobile. You always have full control of Tanzer even while in mid-air, and you can double or even triple jump to escape tricky situations. In fact, when you do a double or triple jump, you also attack automatically, or you can aim in any direction while jumping to attack. And if you manage to hit an enemy, you gain a new mid-air jump. This means that so long as you keep hitting enemies mid-air, you can essentially stay in the air indefinitely. The game even rewards you with bonus points at the end of the level for doing this. With that said, it's probably not a good idea to just charge your way through a level, jumping at full speed, or you'll miss enemy drops. Basically, each time you kill an enemy, they drop gold bars, which can be collected and used towards buying new upgrades for your suit at the end of each stage. And the best part, they're all persistent, meaning any upgrade you buy will stay with you until the end of the game. Upgrades include Stone Transmutation, which creates a slab from the ground that damages enemies, destroys projectiles, and is easily the most useful skill in the game. Fire Transmutation creates a fire wave that also destroys bullets and enemies, and is my most used skill after Stone Transmutation. Water Transmutation lets you teleport. Honestly, I never really use this one, save for a few spots where you can teleport to get extra loot. and glass transmutation fires light beams. I only ever found this one useful in very specific instances, so I never bothered much with it either. And all of these skills can be upgraded once, making them more powerful. You can also buy projectiles, which is another ability I didn't particularly make much use of. Lastly, you can buy health and save your progress, so you don't have to start over from the beginning. Though, if you turn off the console, your save is gone. So really, it's closer to a checkpoint feature. Speaking of health, you only have 1 life and 3 health bars. This means that if you get hit 3 times, it's game over. And no, you don't recover health when you beat a level or even when you defeat a boss. You can occasionally pick up health bars while playing the game, but these are rare to come by. Your best bet is to purchase health from the store. Though I should warn you, the other upgrades are pretty expensive, and you'll need any gold bars you can get, which makes getting hit even once a huge punishment, as you're suddenly confronted with the choice between spending money to recover health or try risking it without full health, but harnessing more gold for upgrades. And trust me, harnessing gold will become an obsession for you. Upgrades are so expensive that I found myself calculating the optimal paths towards harnessing as much gold as possible. Sometimes this meant memorizing which levels had the most gold, or simply by saving up as much as possible and spending as little as I can. It doesn't help that the more gold you have, the bigger the score bonus you get at the end of a level. This may not sound like much, but Tanzer is clearly designed in a way that urges players to beat their own high scores, whether by spending as little money as possible or by giving you bonus points for doing as many aerial stunts as possible. Still, my recommendation is to either buy each upgrade only once and as soon as possible and using them whenever necessary, or buy and upgrade your transmutation power and then buy the rest only once as you progress. Each level even has a pair of orbs that can only be destroyed if you remain in the air. This means when you find the first orb, you have to jump, destroy it, and then remain in the air until you find and destroy the second orb. And some of these can be really difficult to get to. Damn it! Damn it! Oh, come on! And what do you get for all your effort? Yep, you guessed it, bonus points. You're also expected to slash onto every floor, ceiling, and pillar you find, hoping to discover secret caches. In some cases, you might even stumble onto secret levels. And as you play the game, you'll occasionally find these yellow orbs. The game seems to make quite a big deal out of it when you find them, but I have no idea what they do, and this is one thing that isn't mentioned in the manual. All I do know is that it slightly changes the upgrade store when you get them. Maybe it's tied to a secret ending, but I have no idea. Then you have the boss fights. Each country is divided into several levels with a mini-boss at the end and a full-blown boss on each nation's final level. Most bosses are static and rely on both health techniques to defeat you, which is why I find your transmutation power so useful. With that said, many of them have a correct way of defeating them, and it's all about finding the weakness in their pattern or having the correct power-up to take them down. But the final bosses are much more interesting and challenging, requiring a bit of maneuverability. With that said, I do think some bosses are pretty cheap if you don't have the correct power-up to take them down. Speaking of the power-ups, while I like having and upgrading them, I do wish there was an easier way to select them. Basically, you have to push start, which pauses the game and brings up a menu, which seems like a sensible design choice. The issue is that the game is so intense that pausing it to change weapons completely breaks the flow. Moreover, you run the risk of getting disoriented when you jump back into the game and getting hit because of it. Gameplay-wise, that's really it. It's a simple game, but it's so incredibly addicting. The difficulty and sheer intenseness of it all reminds me of a shmup or something like Contra Hardcore. A relentless experience that doesn't let up, but feels so rewarding. Graphically, The game may not seem impressive at first, as it uses a lot of faded colors and doesn't seem to be pushing any major graphical effects. That is, until you consider how many sprites are on screen. Between you, your enemies, their bullets, your sword and explosions, it really seems like the Mega Drive is being pushed to its sprite limit, and all at 60 frames per second. There are a few instances when the game suffers a bit of slowdown, but these are few and far between. I also like the simulated layers of parallax scrolling, something which the game makes heavy use of, as well as distorted backgrounds. And I just really like the art style used for backgrounds and the levels, though there are some which look pretty plain if you ask me. Moreover, I do feel the enemy designs are a bit hit or miss. Some look cool or unique, like something out of Shadow of the Beast or this boss which looks like a giant Shakan, while others look pretty lame, like this wagon enemy which is also featured on the cover, and others are just weird. I mean, a chandelier? Really? The music is all in techno style, and while it may seem like an odd choice, it really helps drive up the game's intensity, so I can't really complain there. What's cool is that the game uses both sound chips. So, while the FM synthesizer handles the sound effects and most of the music, the Master System sound chip adds more depth to the songs. In fact, let's take a look at how the game runs using the FM synthesizer or just the Master System sound chip. Overall, Tanzer is a really unique game for the Mega Drive. The art style might be off-putting for some, but the gameplay and sheer intensity of it all makes for a great game that should be in anyone's Mega Drive collection. Once again, I'd like to thank the main developer Michael Tillander for donating the game and MegaCat Studios for sending a code that allows you to save on shipping when purchasing the game. I know that Michael is now working on a shmup, and I for one can't wait to check it out. Hey everyone, thank you for watching Stalker's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share this video. All that fun social media stuff. And if you want to support the channel, check out my Patreon, where you'll find all kinds of awesome rewards. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! Brave Battle Saga, The Legend of the Magic Warrior, is another extremely long title. Is this a thing now? Seriously, it's the second time in a row where I review a game with a long title. Where was I? This is a JRPG released for the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive in Taiwan back in 1996, but it only received its first official English release in 2018. And yes, this is an official release, as Pico Interactive bought the rights to the game, translated it into English, and is now selling it in cartridge format. Actually, funny story, the game was also translated to Russian in the late 90s and early 2000s, and launched in that country under the title Final Fantasy. I'm guessing they only got away with this because the bootleg market was immense in Russia during that time. Though I have heard that the Russian translation was so poorly done that the story is nearly incomprehensible. Having originally started out as a Taiwan bootleg game, I wasn't quite sure what to expect from Brave Battle Saga. I mean, I liked Water Margin, but I didn't really enjoy Generals of the Yang family. Thankfully, I was pleasantly surprised by this one, and it turned out to be a pretty good, if flawed, JRPG that definitely deserved a worldwide release back in the day. Anyway, the game comes in a Sega Genesis style box, which is a really good reproduction of the classic Sega packaging and should fit right in with the rest of your Mega Drive collection. Now, while I like the box, I can't really say I like the cover art. It's drawn in a very Western style of design, despite the game itself having a clear anime style. I'm guessing they were going for a Phantasy Star reference, where Sega tried to disguise the series' anime influence by using Western art. But I'm fairly certain the reference will be lost on a lot of gamers, on top of it looking just plain weird. Inside, we find the game, the manual, a map, and a POG? Why? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's always good to have extras, but why a POG? Is it because it's a 90s thing and this is a 90s game? That's quite a bit of a stretch there. The manual, like everything else so far, is also hit or miss. I like that it's in color, uses in-game sprites, and does a good job at introducing you to the game's mechanics. But then, it also has several pages dedicated to this weird comic book style tutorial. Not to mention, the tutorial itself takes up too many pages, and it just feels like a odd tonal shift when compared to the rest of the manual. Oh, and the manual also features an alternate cover for the game, which somehow manages to look even worse than the other one. Overall, I'd say the manual is still good. The good definitely outweighs the bad, but it really could have used a more focused tonal design. Next up, we have the map, which, although a bit simplistic, looks pretty good. The manual is clearly just for show, as the game itself is completely linear, meaning you won't ever need to use it, but it is nice to have. Finally, we have the cartridge, which is probably the best case Pico has produced so far. If you've seen some of my past Pico published reviews, like Water Margin, Generals of the Yang family, and Duke Nukem 3D, you might remember their cartridges were often flimsy or had bits of plastic sticking out. This one, on the other hand, has none of those issues and, save for a few minor differences here and there, makes for a good reproduction of an official Sega Genesis or Mega Drive cartridge. So overall, this is a good packaging, but several odd decisions keep it from being a great one. Booting up the game, you're given a short introduction on how long ago human civilization once mastered magic and technology. But an apocalyptic war with demons resulted in both civilizations being nearly destroyed, and we were set back to the Middle Ages. So, you know, typical JRPG backstory. You play as Tim, and whoa, is it me, or does this game look a lot like Final Fantasy VI? Don't get me wrong, this isn't a criticism, and the graphics were clearly not lifted from the game. Every sprite and background is original, and I'm really digging the look of the game. Not bad for an unlicensed bootleg game from Taiwan in 1996. Anyway, you play as Tim, who, after undergoing a coming-of-age ritual in his village, is wrongly accused of murder and is banished from his hometown. From there on, it becomes your standard fare of finding new characters to join your party and grinding your way up to the top. And I gotta say, the battle graphics look really good. In fact, they look better than most officially licensed JRPGs for the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo. Now, admittedly, the developers once again took inspiration from another JRPG, this time Breath of Fire 2. But just as before, the sprites weren't lifted, just strongly inspired by it. In fact, graphically speaking, Brave Battle Saga generally looks really good. The towns are lively and feature animated backgrounds, the battle screens look good, are nicely animated, and you often feel like you're casting some seriously powerful magic. You'll find the odd instance of parallax scrolling, and the colors are nicely balanced. Well, most of the time anyway. I know I keep harping back to this topic, but pirated and bootleg games rarely looked this good back in the day, and the ones that looked decent would usually rip their sprites, backgrounds and music from other games. Oh right, I haven't talked about the music yet. It's good. Again, bootleg games generally sounded not great, but regardless of whether you're fighting, walking around town, exploring a dungeon or fighting a boss, the music is always well composed and fits the ambience nicely. The few issues I have with the soundtrack is that there isn't a lot of variety. For example, there's only one boss theme, so the music you hear when fighting the first boss is the same you'll hear when defeating the final boss. Anyway, the gameplay is your standard turn-based JRPG affair. But there are some interesting variations and the occasional flaw, which is probably a sign of the team's inexperience. For starters, battles are never randomly generated. Instead, you'll see the enemies patrolling back and forth, and once they see you, they'll rush towards you. Meaning, if you don't want to fight, you'll have to navigate your way around them. The problem is that I feel that a lot of the dungeons aren't really tailored for this, so you'll often have no choice but to fight. Not only that, but every time you return to the dungeon or overworld after a fight, the music will reset. By 1996, most JRPG developers had already learned to let the world and dungeon themes resume where they left off, but not here. Which means you'll be hearing the first 10 seconds of most songs a lot. Another odd thing is that the overworld sprites never correspond to the enemies you're actually going to fight. I feel that's a really missed opportunity, as it could have helped you prepare for the battle ahead. Also, while you'll occasionally find hidden chests and areas, there are no optional dungeons to explore. The most you'll get are optional bosses in story dungeons, which will let you summon them if you defeat them. As for the battle system, despite using Breath of Fire 2's visual style, the combat is closer to Final Fantasy in that you can use summons and need to pay attention to your enemy's element and use the correct elemental magic against them. The issue is that it's nowhere near as polished here. Yes, reading your opponent's element helps, but you can just spam other spells and it'll work just fine. But the worst part is simply how poorly balanced the game is. Every piece of armor you buy will only offer physical protection. It gets to the point where physical attacks barely cause you any damage, but magical attacks will nearly destroy you with a single hit. And this also applies to boss fights, meaning that bosses that rely on physical attacks barely put up a fight. But bosses that rely on magical attacks will be some of the toughest fights you'll have. Despite that, the game isn't particularly difficult, save for a boss fight or two, and you can easily finish the game with minimal grinding. In fact, the game will likely last you anywhere between 20 and 30 hours, and that's assuming you don't get lost in a dungeon or two like I did. The worst part is when a character tells you to get a certain item or speak to someone, but no one gives you any indication of where that item or someone actually is. Also, every character can learn magic, but there's a limit to how many spells each character can have. So my advice is to have half of your party dedicated to healing and buffing, and the other half dedicated to attack magic. You'll also learn summon magic, which can be pretty useful in the later portions of the game, and looks really badass. Lastly, we have the story, which is really basic. It's just your standard save the world formula, where you initially start out alone and eventually meet up with other characters who join you. The issue is that you don't get a full party until halfway through the game. By the time I had all 4 characters join my party, I was already at level 30. Despite that, their personalities are paper thin and easily interchangeable. Most of them have very little in the way of backstory or actual character, and what few plot points are brought up are usually forgotten, brushed aside, or resolved too quickly and neatly. In fact, the only character that has any semblance of a decent backstory and is given any sort of attention for it is Lucia, who replaces one of your old party members, joins you right near the end of the game, and her abandonment and family issues are resolved so quickly and neatly that it probably would have been better if they hadn't even included them to begin with. Then you have, Cherie? I'm gonna call her Cherie. She's the first character to join your party, and the game immediately hints that there might be something more to her, as the demons are always after her. I'm sure this could have made for a decent plot twist if it wasn't for one tiny problem. Her battle sprite is that of a flying demoness with horns, and no one ever acknowledges this. And then towards the end of the game, it's revealed she's a half-demoness, and everyone's completely surprised. A what? Cherie? A demoness? But how can that be? There was absolutely no hint or any indication of it at all. It also doesn't help that the translation seems a bit iffy at times. I know there isn't much of an established industry of translating games from Mandarin into English, but sometimes it felt like either I was missing information or that the translators had no context for the dialogue they were translating. Like for example, when you have to go take a written exam to become a priestess and the characters call it a testing area. I don't know, it just seems like an odd name for it. My favorite character in the game is probably when you meet a computer AI with Einstein's personality and you can contact him at any time with a press of a button, and he'll tell you where to go and what you need to do. A shame that halfway through the story, the game seems to forget about him, and his hints become increasingly outdated and unhelpful. Oh, and have I mentioned he has a brother named Edison, and that they constantly smack-talk each other? Wait, Einstein? Edison? Are you telling me that this game takes place in a post-apocalyptic planet Earth, where magic and demons exist? Well shit, this game just got kind of awesome. Overall, Brave Battle Saga is a good game. It's not the best JRPG on the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive by any stretch of the imagination. The combat isn't well balanced, there isn't enough music variety, the story is pretty standard, and the translation could have been better. But it's a good looking game, and what music you have is good. The combat is still fun, and I was interested in the game enough to see it all the way through. It's no Phantasy Star 4 or Shining Force 2, but it's a game that completely deserved to have been launched back in the day and likely would have been considered a 7 out of 10. You can buy the game from Pico Interactive Store for $45, which, not gonna lie, it's a bit expensive. But I'd still recommend it. If you wanna get a cool JRPG for your Sega Genesis, you could do a lot worse than Brave Battle Saga. Hey everyone, thank you for watching Stika's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share this video. All that fun social media stuff. And be sure to hit that notification bell icon to know when a new video is out. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! Yes, this game is real. Duke Nukem 3D was brought to the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive. And yes, this is an official port. Sort of. Basically, the game was ported by Tectoy, the official Sega distributor in Brazil, and in fact, they still own the legal rights to the Master System and the Mega Drive in that country to this day. Occasionally, they would develop their own games or port popular games to these systems. Some of these titles include the Master System port of Street Fighter II, which is terrible, an original Woody Woodpecker game for the Mega Drive, which is terrible, and this port of Duke Nukem 3D, which is also terrible. Supposedly, Tectoy obtained the Duke Nukem 3D license from GT Interactive and developed this port using a skeleton team of just 3 people. But despite that, 3D Realms, the studio behind the original Duke Nukem 3D, still considers this an unofficial port. I got my copy from a 2015 re-release by Pico Interactive. Supposedly, Pico improved the game somewhat by adding an aiming reticule, which was sorely missing from the original version, and improved the frame rate a little bit. Though I can't really confirm this, seeing as how I only ever played the original Brazilian version through an emulator. The game comes in a classic Sega Genesis or Mega Drive style case with the classic Duke Nukem 3D cover. Inside, we find the cartridge and a full color manual. The manual is a little on the flimsy side, but you can tell a lot of work went into it. It even uses sprite rips from this 16-bit version of the game. The cartridge does a good job at mimicking the original molds, but the plastic feels much cheaper. While playing this game for the review, there were a few times when I was afraid I'd end up breaking my cartridge. Also, there's a small plastic protrusion here, so there are definitely a few kinks to work out. Booting up the game, you hear a not so awesome rendition of the Duke Nukem 3D theme. Yeah, Tectoy never did properly master the Mega Drive sound hardware. You're given a scant few options, and when you boot up the game, well, it looks about what you'd expect given the hardware. There is no concept of height, and all the walls are square, so this game is actually much closer to Wolfenstein 3D than it is to Duke Nukem 3D, or even Doom for that matter. The game even runs in an extremely low resolution, which is why it looks so disjointed. In a CRT TV, the lines would have probably looked a bit better, but playing this on a modern monitor is really hard on the eyes. The game was also massively cut down from the original version. For example, this cartridge only contains Episode 2 Spaceport. So popular levels like Hollywood Holocaust and Red Light District are simply not here. Not only that, but all of the levels were redesigned to fit the console's limitations. So even though the levels have the same names, there's very little resemblance between their original PC counterparts. And some of the more interesting weapons like the freeze thrower and the shrinker are also missing. And finally, with the exception of pressing buttons to open doors, you can't interact with your surroundings, so stuff like giving money to strippers are also gone. Oh, and Duke's one-liners are gone as well. In fact, for a Duke Nukem 3D game, you really don't get much of his attitude. The best you can hope for are a few lines when you leave the game on, though Duke's voice sounds a little slurred.
What are you waiting for? Christmas?
So yeah, when you get down to it, you're really not left with a lot of Duke Nukem 3D in this Duke Nukem 3D port. But the thing is, this is a Sega Genesis. You sort of already expected for this to happen. So, when taking the game on its own merits, is this any decent? Not really. For starters, the frame rate and controls are pretty iffy. Aiming can be a real chore, and the enemies are pretty unforgiving. But the worst part is the fact that the enemies don't drop health or ammo when you kill them. Because of this, you're always running around low on ammo and scavenging the levels for any secrets in the hopes of finding ammo or health packs. The issue is that this makes the game extremely unforgiving. Getting past the first level is way harder than it should be, especially when this level gives you enemies that can't be killed with melee attacks. I usually don't have a lot of issues getting good at video games. I mean, I finished the PC and Saturn versions of Duke Nukem 3D several times. But this game is just unintentionally sadistic due to poor level design. I was able to beat the first 2 levels through my own devices, but for the first time in this channel's history, I was forced to use cheats just to be able to progress through the game. Not that there's a whole lot to show here, to be honest. No matter how deep you get into the game, the visuals aren't going to change a whole lot. And while Duke Nukem 3D is pretty impressive from a technical standpoint, the colors used here are incredibly ugly. On some points, the developers did try to add some of Duke Nukem 3D's naughty imagery to the levels. But this is about as close as you'll get to that sort of content in the game. Honestly, this game is pretty rough and definitely not for everyone. It's no secret that Duke Nukem 3D for the Mega Drive doesn't have the best reputation, and it's easy to see why. Yes, from a technical standpoint, this is an impressive game, but from a gaming perspective, there's barely anything salvageable here. Simply put, unless you want this for the novelty value, there's really no reason to get this game. Hey everyone, thank you for watching SteelKid's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe for a new video every Thursday. And be sure to hit that notification bell icon to know when a new video is out. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! Generals of the Yang Family is a beat-em-up for the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive, released in 2017. The game was originally released in Taiwan as a pirate game. I'd love to tell you its original release date, but it seems no one really knows for sure. All I do know is that Pico Interactive bought the rights, translated the game into English, and gave it a more official Western release, similar to what they did with Water Margin. Except Water Margin was actually good. This game, not so much, but more on that in a minute. The game comes in a box similar to Sega Mega Drive or Sega Genesis games. The box, cartridge and manual are all made to look like the real thing. The box art is a little better than Water Margin's, but I'm still not a big fan. It's going for an early 90s anime feel, but the character's proportions are a bit weird and the female character looks like she just had breast implants. The manual is pretty flimsy with only 8 or 9 pages, but at least they're in full color. The game gives you 4 characters to choose from and allows for 2-player co-op. However, no matter who you play as, the controls are really stiff. It feels as though there's a bit of a delay between your button inputs and the characters moving, like they're moving on a grid. And yeah, I know, technically all games of this era are grid-based, but at least they did a better job at hiding it. When you do get used to the controls, you'll notice how basic they are. You have a standard combo, a jump attack, 2 special moves which consume life, and that's it. You can perform a special move by pressing the A button, or a variation by pressing A plus forward. Doing this will have your character move while attacking, and this is generally the best move in the game. But other than that, your controls are pretty basic. You can't run and charge, there are no power-ups, no extra weapons, nothing. Then there's the fact the enemy AI is really cheap. Basically, they always walk slowly, stop, and then suddenly rush you. A lot of times they'll even try to get around you and you have no way of dodging them because of how slow you walk. I don't know about you, but I like playing as the fast characters in a beat-em-up. Blaze Fielding, Guy, that sort of thing. But even the supposedly fast and nimble character can't outrun them. If you couple that with a poor combo and lame special attacks, the fast character is pretty much useless in this game. In fact, the tank is the overpowered character here. Not only is he more powerful, he has a rush special attack which allows you to get out of any sticky situation while still dispatching enemies left and right. And you'll need this move, because all characters use the same pattern and you don't want to get trapped in a pincer attack. Not to mention, the fact that the enemy AI is the same for all enemies makes the game really repetitive. Add to that the production values are pretty low when compared to Water Margin. The graphics have fewer animations and don't look as appealing. Most of the time, there's very little movement going in the backgrounds. The characters have fewer animation frames and are generally not as interesting either. And then there's the music, which is so irritating that it completely turns me off from the game. So yeah, I really wanted to like this game. I was hoping it was another title similar to Water Margin. And don't get me wrong, Water Margin is by no means perfect. It was a good beat 'em up, but it's not Streets of Rage or even Golden Axe. But Generals of the Yang family is below average in almost every regard. The controls are weird, the music is annoying, the AI is cheap, and the boss fights are pretty much broken because of the AI. Unless you're a Sega Genesis or a Mega Drive completionist, my advice is to stay far away from this one. It may seem like this review isn't going too in-depth into the game, but quite honestly, there really isn't much to talk about here. Hey everyone, thank you for watching Stika's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe for a new video every Thursday. And be sure to hit that notification bell icon to know when a new video is out. If you have any recommendations, let me know in the comments and I'll get to it as soon as I can. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye! Water Margin is a beat-em-up released for the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive in 2015. This game was originally a 1996 Chinese bootleg, but in 2015, Pico Interactive bought the rights, cleaned up some of the graphics and sound, and turned it into an official release. So yeah, this isn't just a ROM someone downloaded from the internet and then put it on a cartridge. There was real effort put into it, and as far as I know, you can't find a ROM of this version online anywhere. But before getting into the game, let's take a look at its packaging first. The game comes in a Genesis-style box that fits in with the rest of your Sega collection. If you were to pick this up from a shelf, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference from an official Sega game at first glance. The cartridge is also pretty similar to official cartridges, with only a few minor differences. There are a few flaws though. The art sticker is noticeably smaller than a Mega Drive game and it doesn't completely fill its border. My copy also has a bit of plastic sticking out. Finally, you also have a full color manual, which is pretty cool. So on to the game. Water Margin is a beat-em-up set in feudal China. You can pick from one of 3 characters, all with different attack, speed, defense and jump stats. If I were to compare it to a classic game, Water Margin seems heavily inspired by Golden Axe or Knights of the Round for the Super Nintendo. In fact, a lot of the backgrounds, enemies and character animations seem like copies of Knights of the Round, but with a few changes here and there. There are also some sound effects which sound a little too similar to other games, including Golden Axe's Go sound. Still, the game has enough of a personality to stand on its own, and avoids that cheap bootleg feel. In fact, this would have made for a perfectly fine Sega Mega Drive game back in the day. The control is a little stiff though. Whenever you start attacking, the animation has to play out before you can move again. This means you can suffer hits because your character is still stuck in an attack animation when all you want to do is dodge incoming enemies. There are also no grapples like in Streets of Rage, beast mount like in Golden Axe, or weapon pickups like in almost every beat-em-up ever made. What you see is what you get. And what you get is a fairly decent move variety. You have the standard attack combo, but you can also perform a jump attack, a running attack, and a special attack which clears enemies around you, but will drain some of your health. Sometimes, I performed an attack that threw the enemies off screen, but I honestly have no idea how this is done. I've tried replicating it, but I've never seemed to get the hang of it. And no, this move isn't in the manual. Finally, you can get magic pickups. They work more similarly to Streets of Rage 1 than Golden Axe, meaning each icon represents a magic attack and you can't stack them up like you can in Golden Axe. You have 3 types of magic, fire, ice and thunder, but honestly, I'm pretty sure there's no difference between them. One neat thing is that if you're playing with a friend, you can attack gold and health pickups and it will divide them so both players can pick them up. The game's graphics are pretty good with large detailed characters, though again, if you've played Knights of the Round, you'll notice plenty of similarities between them. There's a ton of enemy variety too, and they're not afraid to swarm you, so it's a good idea to learn each enemy type and the best way to defeat them. The backgrounds don't look quite as nice as the characters, but they do a good job. Overall, this is a relatively good looking game for the system. In between missions, you get a static image with a text scroll telling you the story of the game. Supposedly, this is based on an ancient Chinese novel, but I've never read it, and to be honest, the way the story is presented here isn't very interesting, so I usually just skip it. Bootleg games are usually known for terrible music, but that isn't the case at all here. The music is pretty damn catchy, even if some of it doesn't really fit in with the visuals. Like this song, which sounds a little too upbeat for a bloody battle. This is definitely a fun game to have in your collection. It's no Streets of Rage, but it's a better than average beat-em-up. And hey, it's a Sega Mega Drive game released in 2015. How cool is that? You can get the game from the Pico website, but be prepared to pay $35 for the cartridge alone, or $45 for the complete packaging. Hey everyone! Thank you for watching Sika's Retro Corner. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe for a new video every Thursday. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. Bye!